Meeting to order. If I could have Supervisor Michaels to go lead us to the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Michaels. And as we usually start off with a moment of silence, if we could, I'll take this time myself to pause and pray for God's guidance, discernment, and peace. Thank you. If we're going to number one, the award of the company cup. Mr. Rosner and Morales. While they are coming down, I certainly would like to have a massive thank you to all the local businesses and industries that came out to compete in this year's county first annual county kickball tournament. Certainly why Alltech ultimately won this tournament and walked away with the championship trophy. The real win is seeing our businesses and the community coming together. So thank you so much.
We'd like to show you all about the tournament itself, if you don't mind us showing it really quick.
Yes.
So just wanted to say thank you all for your support of this event in total. So we accepted donations from the different businesses that they can provide to give that money back to youth sports. And so far, we've actually received $1,650 in donations from these different companies for this one-day tournament to happen. Alltech ultimately won the tournament. I'm really excited to be able to hand this to them today. And this is an annual tournament that we plan on hosting every single year with the different engravings to be available to them that different teams will be able to do it. So just wanted to formally hand this to them and just say once again, thank you all for your support of them.
Thank you. Quick question. How many injuries?
None reported. Yeah, I believe there's some soreness the day after. People still wanted to continue to play throughout it. I can tell from our team alone, the county had its own team. A lot of us were about 3 to 5 days, 3 to 5 days, had some sore backs, but really fun. Every team played at least 3 games. Alltech and Lawrence played 4 games at the end of it all as well. So just, it was a lot of fun, a lot of camaraderie, a lot of fun. Me and Kyle Rosner, economic development, saw this as an opportunity to kind of connect the corporate family. The Chamber of Commerce put together a small business team that had multiple small businesses be involved in it as well. So just a unique way to have fun. It's beautiful weather, and just overall, I think a really great event that we look forward to having in the future.
Thank you so much. And now we move to number 2, the citizen comment period. Yep. Yes, please.
All right, our first citizen commenter is Lee Martell. And Lee, you have 2 items. Following Lee will be Charles Rule. So if the second speaker wants to make their way to a microphone. Right.
So we have item 9, I think is correct, right? No on the intergovernmental Greenway agreement. Yeah, I'm a no on that one. No to more Roanokeers coming here, using our green spaces, bringing with them their crime and drugs. No to Botetourt taxpayers paying to create infrastructure green spaces for the city dwellers who want to take our properties through eminent domain in order to have a trail or path to walk or bike on. No to providing relaxation for city dwellers who vote in society-destroying policies and taxes, then want to come to the areas and communities they're voting to destroy and enjoy them until they're gone. No to the invasion and subsidy of city people coming here. No to your overgrowth and development. You want to live rurally like we do, move here, but we're not your playground to trash and then go home. We can still have shreds of that if you guys will stop cramming development down our throats in cooperation with cities that we don't live in and don't want. Then number 18D, I believe. I'll just be concise. You're welcome. That's a no to the reappointment of Gary LaRoe to the Roanoke Valley Allegheny Regional Commission. I'm a no on that one. Here's an email. In June of 2025, LaRoe showed the Botetourt public nearly with tears in his eyes what he does. His bureaucracy, spearheading a horrible deal for Botetourt taxpayers. He does not need to represent Botetourt anywhere. You don't need to point Google LaRoe again in September 27 or to anything else. No more appointments, no more commissions, no more boards, no more contracts. Nothing.
Hold the applause, please.
Our next speaker is Charles Rule.
Mr. Rill, before you go, if I could make one announcement. Applicants for the proposed solar project on Roanoke Road identified as a tax map number 73-157, Ern and Virginia A. Barquette have requested to withdraw their application scheduled to be heard this evening. Because this was advertised, it will require a vote of the BOS to accept this withdrawal. So from the BOS, do I have a motion to accept this withdrawal?
Motion to accept. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Just ask Matt, what is the reason for their withdrawal?
I have no, I didn't have the information, just for ask for the withdrawal. Any other,
Oh, okay.
any other discussion on that situation? If not, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Rule.
And after Mr. Rule is Melissa Smith.
Charles Rule, Fincastle. Speaking, this is in reference to the solar farms. I've heard conservatives called hypocrites recently because they proposed to farmland being used for industrial solar farms. I thought conservatives believed that you can do whatever you want with your own land. Actually, no. That sounds more like a libertarian. Conservatives like to conserve. And indeed, that is our calling. In Genesis, God instructs us to be stewards and protectors of his creation. And it is also our calling to love your neighbor as yourself. Doing whatever you want with your own land implies a total disregard for the wishes and sensibilities of your neighbors. You would think as elected officials, you would want to represent the majority because 1, it's the right thing to do, and 2, because it's the smart thing to do to get reelected. Yet the majority on this board continues to represent the interests of exceptions, solar farms, wind farms, perverted books for children, more apartments, 3 data centers. It smacks of special favors, special interests, and even corruption. Mr. Snyder, Dr. Scott Horton, pretend I'm your neighbor in your subdivision. I think it would be nice to make some extra money by leasing some of my property. I could lease it to put up a billboard or maybe a cell tower. All I need to do is persuade my planning commissioner and my county supervisor to grant me a zoning exception. Are you happy about that next door? Or Mr. Nicely, I own the farm next to you, and I want to lease 30 acres to a developer to build an industrial solar farm, or for West VACO to build a paper mill. Again, all I need to do is persuade my planning commissioner and my county supervisor to grant me a zoning exception. Are you happy with that? Was I acting in the best interest of my community and my neighbors? You were all elected to protect the interests of the citizens in this county. We move here, we live here out of choice. And with that, we have a reasonable expectation that our land, our scenic views, our air and water, our property values will be protected by you and not destroyed by you. Farmland is disappearing at an alarming rate. You can protect it. No solar on farmland. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Melissa Smith, followed by Bud Mack.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Melissa Smith from Amsterdam District. I just have a few comments on agenda items today before the board. Number 7 for the public hearing for the amendments to the budget. I know it's already been passed and everything, but I would urge the board not to appropriate funds that are over what we actually have or even projected funds that we're not sure we're going to have yet. Just, try to spend what we have because that's how real life works for the rest of us. The second thing that I wanted to comment on was the amended Greenway participation. I'm with Lee and I agree that we don't need to be participating in stuff we can already do for ourselves in the first place or to join clubs that we don't want to be in the second place. Third, I would say that my comments are regarding the public hearings this evening. I was going to urge the board not to grant special exceptions permits. And furthermore, I have great apprehension about calling solar industrial applications farms in the first place, because that is a usurpation of language. Farms are meant to grow food, and the sun does a good job doing that for itself. And although I didn't put this on my form, I would like to second Lee's proposed new thoughts for the board, because I know y'all don't get paid enough for the service. So y'all like to just go to the man who makes the big bucks and does what he tells you to do, but he works for you. And so I don't recommend appointing him to any further services because the people in Botetourt County think that you work for us. And since you work for us and he works for you, we don't want him in that job anymore. Thank you.
Peace.
Our next speaker is Bud Mack, followed by Donna Mack.
Hello, my name is Bud Mack. I've lived in Botetourt County for 40 years. I live in Downeda Hills. My concern in opposition is agenda number 13 with the board considering granting easement of utilities across a paper road. I own next to this paper road, and the way they want to run this water line, it will run through wetlands, springs. My concerns are dealing with these wetlands and springs. What's it going to do to them? This paper road was put in years ago to be a state maintained road, and was given to Botetourt County when it no longer was going to be a state maintained road. If anything is done with this land, it should be a state road. But there are wetland issues, and that's why it is not a state road now. The McDonald's that are asking for this easement have a well. They also have water surrounding their property for animals and such. My concern is today they want to put this water line across this. Tomorrow, are they going to want the road and turn this into a road or access to their property? If it ever is a road put in there, there is going to be drainage issues, which I already have now. And I just like to say I do oppose this water line being put in.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Donna Mack, followed by Beth Pappas.
Okay, I'm just going to read this because we haven't had a lot of time to notify neighbors and everything about this today because we weren't aware of it until last night. My name's Donna Mack. I'm a resident of Daleville Hills. I've been there for 40 years, raised my children there. They're graduated and gone, and they still come back home too, some. And this is about the agenda item number 13, the consideration of granting the easement for utilities for Victoria Drive, Daleville Hills to the McDonald property. Basically, this makes no sense as to why they need access from that entrance due to crossing a creek and springs. And she also has a tremendous amount of road frontage on Etzler that she can access to. She is on a well, and she also has springs and creeks that adjoin probably all the way, most all the way around her property, maybe about 3/4 of it. She could either run a pipe and hook into her well, or she can dig another well on her property for the orchard that she's got that is now nothing but dirt, and for her farm animals. They are not a part of Daleville Hills. And my feeling is that the gallons and gallons of water for her orchard and animals should not come from our community well. Our neighborhood has always had water issues with the pipes and low pressure, and I understand that's being addressed. I ask that you please say no to this request as it is not in the best interest of our neighborhood. And as I said, we would probably have been more represented in our neighborhood, but people are working and they didn't know anything about it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Beth Pappas, followed by Warren Clark.
Hi, I'm Beth Pappas. I also live in Daleville Hills. I agree with everything they said and would like to reiterate the fact that we are having to have water brought in to our tank. So we run water through the community, and what we have now serves the community. But if you add another person on board, it's liable to create an even bigger problem with the amount of water that's used. And water has been a problem in our neighborhood. We have had in the past, in other drought seasons, had to have water brought in by the fire department. So we would like to not add any more customers that would drain our water. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Warren Clark, followed by our last speaker for this session, Danny Goad.
My name is Warren Clark. I live in Cloverdale. Today I'm here to support the adoption of the revised intergovernmental agreement related to the Greenway Commission. The revised agreement strengthens the role of the Greenway Coordinator by placing it within the framework of the Roanoke Valley Allegheny Regional Commission. The Greenway Coordinator supports the work of the county staff in developing greenways by identifying grant opportunities for working with other localities, and connections with volunteer groups. I'd like to applaud the work of the county staff, a lot of whom I see here today, in developing new greenways in the county. and in maintaining the existing paths that are heavily used by county residents. I'd also like to recognize the volunteer work of Pathfinders for Greenways. They're a volunteer arm of the Greenway Commission. The Pathfinders group has been instrumental in developing new trails in county parks and in supporting the work of VDOT in clearing the path for the Craig Botetourt Scenic Trail. This trail will ultimately be a real destination within the county. All of these benefits derive in part from the county's participation in the Roanoke Valley Greenway Commission, and I support the county renewing its commitment by adopting this revised intergovernmental agreement. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Danny Goad, and we have a couple more added on. Kevin Roberts will be after Danny.
My name's Danny Goad. I reside in the Valley District. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to speak here today. Other members of the Board of Supervisors. I come to you today to talk about something that is difficult to talk about. I've got 6 children, and each of my children, I've talked to them about telling the truth. I've told them that the only thing that's important about communication and speech is the truth. If you don't have the truth, you don't say it. Well, I'm here to oppose any appointment of the county administrator to any other boards, the one in particular on the agenda. You've been handed an email where he suggested that he'll just make it up when he's talking about the water being used. When he says, you can tell he's not even qualified. He doesn't know anything about these systems. He says, is it a closed loop system? Which there could be a closed loop system. But then he goes on and he talks about an intermittent loop or something. He is clueless about the topic of which he was the chief negotiator. Let me give you a little clue. If there are closed loop systems, I'll give you a guess as what other type of systems there might be. Most third graders could say maybe there are open looped systems. Back to telling the truth. I've told my children, if you tell a lie, I have no obligation to hear you. Not today, not tomorrow. If I have to spend all my time weighing whether I'm listening to the truth or a lie, I'm wasting my time. And at times, I've had to employ a day of silence to a child so they could understand what it's like to not be able to talk to me because they had nothing truthful to say. Truth is all that matters. Words are all you have. And your chief employee, Mr. LaRoe, has no value in the truth. But if you look at this email, it's a shame. What else is he not telling the truth about? I can tell you, there have been all kinds of misrepresentations about Google, and we're about to lose all our water. 1,500 people are about to hear a noise in their neighborhood, all because one man is willing to misrepresent and not tell the truth. Your credibility is at stake. He's your man. I ask you to do the right thing and don't appoint him to this committee.
Our next speaker is Kevin Roberts, followed by Catherine Haddam.
Hi, Kevin Roberts, Fincastle, Virginia. I want to speak back to the Virginia Constitution, which you've all taken an oath to uphold. Article 1, Section 2, that all powers vested in and consequently derived from the people, that magistrates are trustees and servants, and at all times amenable to them. I'd like to reiterate and support what Mr. Goode, Ms. Smith, and Ms. Martell have stated. We're tired of the deceitful, folksy way that Mr. LaRue conducts business. We don't feel he is trustworthy, and I strongly support not reappointing him to the Roanoke Valley Allegheny Regional Commission or any other commissions that may come up in the future. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Catherine Haddam, followed by the last speaker that I have here, Jane Beasley.
Hello, everyone. Catherine Haddam Valley District. I wish I could say that this is a pleasure to come see you again. I know that you guys probably aren't super excited to see me and the rest of my friends back here either, but I tell you what, we keep trying to talk to you. So please take a chance and listen. The people have told you very, very clearly that we're upset about quite a few things. On the record again, the people that are not here have asked repeatedly for a later meeting so that working adults, people with families, etc., can come to these meetings. I am very lucky that I can dictate some of my own schedule. Some of these people can as well, but there are many citizens of Botetourt County who try and come see you and can't. So please, on the record, again, we are asking for later meetings. A lot of you, if not all of you, campaigned on transparency. I know some of you have been doing good work on that. But when it comes to Google and solar farms and easements and so many other issues, you're not doing a good job. Please do better. For all of these issues that you rapidly push through the Planning Commission directly to the board, you're not giving the citizens a chance to say, we don't want it. And you know that. Respectfully, I think you do it on purpose. That's got to stop. When it comes to the budget, we've had a lot of discussions about it back and forth. It's polarized the county. It never needed to. We could have been transparent from the beginning. Thank you, Ms. Rotman, for having those committees, but please, for everyone, both audience members, board members, county staff, stop pitting each other against the schools, seniors against working families. We should have the opportunity to have open and honest conversations about how we can make our county work for everyone. It's possible. Other communities do it. Why aren't we? When it comes to some of these easements, that's just another example. Technically, I love green energy. I want to support solar, but I can't if you guys aren't transparent about what solar and wind is going to do to our county. The wind farm that was a huge issue was because of the lack of transparency. It's only moving forward because of Google. You guys need to do better. You haven't engaged with the community the way that you should. At the Google Fair, once again, unfair, Google unfair, there were conflicting accounts of what's really going to happen. Show it to us in writing. Don't make something up. We need to do better on fighting back. The community is asking you to do this. You represent the community. So instead of consolidating power and you guys serving on multiple boards, while I thank you for your service, there's too much of that. The good old boy network has to stop. And I trust Mr. Lockaby, Ms. Rotman, with your legal experience to advise this council on what they can do to ask Google to stop. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our last speaker for this first public comment session is Jane Beasley.
Jane Beasley, Amsterdam. What more can citizens say to you when you, our Board of Supervisors, choose to allow Gary LaRue to lead you and destroy our county? You have known all along, and citizens did too, but the difference now for the citizens is written proof. Don't think for 1 second that we won't remember you, that you willingly allowed that. No to LaRue. I'm going to read a Freedom of Information email from Gary to Brian Rossi dated March the 11th, 2026, and copied to John Hull and Edna Eagle. Brian Rossi is Regional Program Manager to the Data Center at Google. John Hull is President and CEO of the Roanoke Regional Partnership, who also serves as Executive Director of the Western Virginia Regional Industrial Facility Authority. Edna Eagle is from New York, with Google, according to LinkedIn. and it's my understanding she was at the Google Unfair. Okay, this email from Gary LaRoe dated, sent March the 11th, 2026, 11:57 a.m. to Brian Rossi. Copy, John Hull, Edna Eagle. Subject, 260213-2025-0116, Project Raspberry, Site Plan N. Brian, can you look at the attached plan and give some ideas of how far the DC will be from the most northern resident in Greenfield? I tried to show it on the attached. Also, will there be any sound barriers, or is that even a need? The other question that has been asked several times in regard to water, what types of system will be installed? I would guess not a closed loop. However, is it an intermittent loop or something? Basically, how does that work? I could make something up. However, why do that when we have an expert like you? Thanks, Gary. And thank you for listening.
Okay. Next, we have the consent agenda. Has everybody had an opportunity to take a financial transaction report? If so, we have a motion.
Make a motion to accept.
Second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstain. Thank you. And Ms. Davis.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the board. The first item I have for you today is related to accounts payable approval. As per our accounts payable policy, any individual payment exceeding $250,000 must come to the board for approval before that payment can be made. This month I have two such payments. The first is for MB Contractors in the amount of $525,391.10. This was related to the Reed Mountain Fire Department Dispatch Center, and this is for application 9 related to work completed through the end of May. The second is for Motorola Solutions for $1,031,869. This is as part of the public safety radio project related to change order number 4 for the remaining digital vehicle repeater systems. So the total for these two is $557,260.10. It is requested that these are approved for processing. Are there any questions I can answer?
I have a question, Katie.
Yes.
Does the change order represent an increase in the total cost of the Motorola contract?
I don't know the specifics on that. I'm not sure if Matt is here because it doesn't have to be. It could be a change, but I don't know if this actually changed the net cut. Okay, Mr. LaRue saying no. I know Rich will be here if he's not later too as well.
I think he's here.
Is he? Perfect. I'm sorry, I'm saying Rich, I mean Matt. We're talking about the Motorola one, aren't we?
Yeah.
Apologies.
Yeah,
Rich is
that's
the
okay.
other. There's a question about the Motorola Solutions payment for change order number 4. The question is whether that increased the contract price with that change order.
Thanks, Matt. Thanks.
Of course.
So we have the accounts payable. Do I have a motion for approval?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain. Thank you. Moving right into FY27 budget appropriation.
This item is for consideration of the FY27 budget appropriation resolution and adoption of the capital improvement plan. For clarification, at the last meeting, the budget was adopted. This resolution is to appropriate those funds, which is a requirement before they can be spent. So there are two separate items listed here today. The first is for appropriation of the FY27 budget. I do want to note that this includes, as discussed, 40% of the county's contribution to the schools for operations as well as capital reserve, with the plan of making those quarterly appropriations. So the dollar figure that you see represented here is 40%. The second item is adoption of the capital improvement plan. Please note that that is only adopting the FY27 appropriation figures. FY28 through I think we have an issue here. It should be FY31. That is for planning purposes only, meaning there's no actual commitment to those numbers. That's the plan as it currently stands. Are there any questions I can answer on this one?
Any questions? If no questions, we'll hear a motion for approval. There, second?
Second.
Any discussion?
I have a couple items. So I've talked about these over and over and over again, but I was listening to this podcast the other day. It's the All In podcast. It's really interesting. It's these tech guys. They're all tech billionaires. And one of them was talking about sort of what's happening in Washington, D.C. in terms of the lack of respect for the taxpayers, the sort of installation of this bureaucratic class that is making decisions for everybody contrary to what it is that the people want. So I see that same thing here happening at our county level. The property tax payment is something that we should be taking much more seriously than we're taking it. I mean, people work their whole lives to own their own homes, and we make them out to be renters of their homes with the power to take their homes away from them if they don't accede to how we want to spend their money. I think these people should be accorded a great deal more respect than we are according them when we do things like approve a $2.8 million increase in the school budget without justifying facts and figures behind that. So that's one of my gripes, is what we've done with the school budget. Another one is that we don't really have the revenue to pay for that increase to the schools. We are adding as a potentially recurring expense something that we don't currently have the revenue for. And I don't know where that would be coming from in the future. We may or may not someday have revenues from Google, but next year, when the schools want an increase on top of the increase that we gave them this year, we don't have the revenue to support that. So instead of actual revenues generated by a traditional means, property taxes, personal property taxes, business meals tax, we are approving the taking of $2.1 million or $2 million out of the surplus of the county employees' health care fund to pay for this. That's not something that we're likely to see every single year as a recurring source of revenue. That's one thing. Another thing is surplus was accumulated out of an excellent management program. And probably some of the people in the county are doing something to maintain their own health. I know, for example, that they have a prescription plan that saves a lot of money because people will get their prescriptions from Australia and Canada. I mean, that they are contributing to the accumulation of this surplus. If we're going to give that money to anybody, we should give it to the employees who are responsible for that surplus. Give them a healthy contribution bonus, as opposed to sending it to the schools, which may or may not have a need. I mean, the state just met, they've increased the budget to the schools. We haven't taken into account how that affects our calculations. I'm also opposed to, as I've said this about a bazillion times, the people in my district, the majority that I have spoken with would prefer that instead of spending $3.5 million on the library be fixed and the balance of that money be spent to enhance our vocational training, increase vocational training efforts for people. They're also not very excited about spending $3.7 million out of the Google purchase price for Parks and Recreation. It really is just, it's hard to describe if you don't come from a district like mine. If you have a wealthier district, if you don't see people all the time who are actually struggling, what a kick in the face this is to people who've lived here their whole lives, worked here their whole lives, own their own homes through hard effort, and they are now in danger. We could have used some of that Google money, which is taxpayer-generated funds, to alleviate the hardship of some of our people. Instead, all I see with the Google money is like this huge gearing up. I mean, Gary tells us we're going to have hundreds of millions of dollars, and I see this huge gearing up based on technology, which could be obsolete in a couple of years. We are future spending because we're counting on revenues that we don't have. I think it's fiscally irresponsible. I think we need to get serious about protecting the people of this county. They weren't protected in the Google deal. They're not being protected in how their taxpayer monies are being spent. I think we need to get serious about education as well. I mean, we hear over and over and over again how our school districts are producing a superior product because our test scores place us 5th in the state. But what that doesn't tell us, you always kind of have to look at when you're looking at, you know, how great things are or what that means. You have to look like compared to what. So there's lots of information that is publicly available about what those test scores mean when compared to a national average. So just one article, I've sent them to you guys, one article, Governor Youngkin and the Virginia Department of Education exposed the state's, quote, honesty gap in a 2022 report outlining the governor and board's commitment to pursue high expectations and academic excellence for all students. The problem with our scoring system is that it is very, very low when compared to the national proficiency standards. So what is considered proficient in our county is below basic according to national standards. So not only are we not questioning exactly what the funding is going to be used for, we're not thinking about our children and their education in a demanding way. Instead, the schools ask us for money. We need 15 million, but we'll take 2.8. And we're like, yeah, that's fine. It's our children who are at stake here, the futures of our children. We have an obligation to educate them in an effective way. I can see that the teachers work hard. I can see that the students love them. What I don't see is the end product. I hear from people who are in post-high school education that when our students get to their schools, they are not competent. They're not prepared. They're not set up for it. I spoke to one of my supporters whose daughter graduated from one of our high schools in 2014. She went on to school. Fortunately, this kid is smart. She went on to school and she said her first 2 years were a nightmare because she was totally unprepared for it. We need to bear down. We need to be responsible. We need to exert the kinds of controls that we can, which is the purse strings for the schools. We need the schools to demonstrate to us that they're spending the money wisely and efficiently, that they're not dispersing the taxpayers' funds to maintain half-full schools that are below academic standards that we should be expecting. So I've said this all before. I'll be saying it again throughout the year. I'm urging all of us to bear down and be more serious in our determinations of how people's, hard-earned tax dollars that mean something to them, their homes mean something to them, are going to be spent. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. So we've had any other comments?
I have a question. How close was our estimate now that the state budget is finalized? How close were we? I know it hasn't been but a few hours.
I was going to say, I don't have that information yet. That is absolutely on the list that we need to compare and also make some decisions based on what was included in the finalized budget. There was some surprises with the 3.5% compensation adjustment up from 2%. So obviously that's a pretty big change that we weren't anticipating. So yes, so stay tuned.
Okay. All right. If you could keep us apprised on that, just didn't know if we are going to have to go back and revise. Now we do have a real number.
Well, hopefully if we do, it's in our favor for more state funding. Right. So,
Yeah.
But yes, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Be hearing more about that.
So presently, any other comments? If not, we've had had a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
No, I'm opposed. I don't know what the proper response is there. I'm opposed, or no, I'm opposed.
And abstain? Okay. Thank you.
Thank
If
you.
we could, Ms. Davis, if you could stay right there just for a second, because we have a 2:45 public hearing.
Sure.
And then the board will consider amendments to Botetourt County's FY 25-26 budget.
I think it's this.
That is part of it. And then this is. Yeah.
I think we did the other one. One vote to approve it.
The question was.
Yeah, Pete. Yes. All in one.
Oh, it was all one motion? I'm a no on both motions. I didn't know it was one motion. Oh, so it's part of the one. The no
That's it.
covers both of them. All right, I'm covered. Thank you.
The next item I have for you is a budget amendment for the current year, the FY 26 budget. I know that's confusing on the heels of the 27, but I just wanted to clarify. So there are several items included in that. I'll go over those really quickly. The first one, item A, is for $4,798,758. This represents the fourth quarter appropriation to the schools with a small adjustment based on additional state funds that were received. And so this, of course, will be the final appropriation for the year. The next item is for social services. That is for $356,698 with roughly 5% or $18,937 coming from local dollars, the rest coming from state and federal sources. And that's to really help true up where they are landing for the year. Item C, that is for $278,369. This is for emergency communications to make a payment to Botetourt Land Holdings for cell site payments that are owed for the Fincastle Tower. This is where we do collect some revenue in and we pay some out based on the lease agreement. So that is per the lease agreement that was signed. Item D is for appropriation of the bond funds for the Public Safety Radio Project and the Reed Mountain Fire and Dispatch Center project. Those bond funds total $25 million that were finalized last month. As part of this amendment, there's also a reduction of an appropriation from fund balance by 11,237,463. So that was previously appropriated to cover cost until the bond sale was complete. So that is reducing that previous appropriation. Item E is for 16,837 to the sheriff's office and jail. This is related to ground transportation safety grant funds as well as prisoner keep fee revenue that they received. And the final item is for 558,731. This is for a payment to Lumos. This is comprised of funding that we anticipate receiving from DHCD as well as Botetourt's portion related to the broadband project and the VATI or VATI grant. I don't know how people like to say it, but that funding that we have been given from DHCD. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions?
Item F, are we square now with Loomis?
There's a really small amount of retainage left to the tune of about $10,000. So the way that works is the retainage is held until certain increments of time post closeout report. So when we're 6 months after the closeout report, and then again 12 months after the closeout report, the remaining $10,000 will be paid out. There will not be any further funds from Botetourt. That'll just be a pass through from DHCD to Lumos. Well, technically to EDA and then to Lumos.
Okay, so it'll be completely pass through.
Yes,
Oh, that's
after
good
this,
news.
that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Any other questions? If not, I'll open to the public. Anybody like to speak on this? Yes, please. All right.
I have a question regarding the total difference in the what was approved last June versus what the I guess this would make up the final approved budget along with other modifications that have been made throughout the year. What are those total changes? And I guess the summary of this is this 19 million? This change?
Correct. About 19.8 million.
Is that the sum of the changes that have been made from the original budget, or does it exclude those changes that have been made in between?
Is it okay if I respond?
Sorry. What was that? I'm sorry.
I was saying, is it okay if I respond?
Yes, yes.
So no, this would only cover the changes being brought forth to the board for today. It would not include the previous amendments that have been made.
So what is the, I guess this, along with the other changes, give us the, not the approved budget, but the ending budget?
Budget.
Yes.
I don't have that figure. That is something that we do report on though, and we will absolutely have that information. But I don't have those figures in front of me right now.
Will it be before the audit comes out?
It will be part of the audit. And that is to have the third party verify that we are reporting all the correct figures on that.
Thank you.
Anybody else? You would,
Peter did, but sure.
the people online.
Can you hear me now? Ladies and gentlemen, just wanted to reiterate that I think several people have asked and stated that any budget items, whether they were fully published or hidden in a budget somewhere for Google, their development, tax breaks, discounts on equipment, etc., be stricken from the budget. We also wanted to point out just in the county administrator's line items of the budget, there was not a side-by-side comparison for some of those line items. So it's a little misleading to see those totals not fully reflect where some things are added. Sure, you took away some things, but then you added some back in, And because the previous year didn't have a comparison number, it's listed as NA. So once again, speaking to transparency, respectfully, Mr. Lareau, a lot of people are pretty unhappy with you. I don't think we want to give your department more money, and we definitely don't want to give it to Google. So while we're harping on the schools, I think the citizens would really appreciate, to Ms. Rotman's point, being fiscally responsible with our funds and not giving them to somebody who's stealing from us, hurting our environment, hurting our kids, hurting our seniors. I could go on. Thank you.
Anybody else here to speak? If not, then I'd like to hear a motion for the proposed amendments of 2025, 2026. Yeah, I'm gonna close the public hearing, so thank you very much. For the approval of the 2025, 2026 Botetourt County budget in the amount of 19,771,930. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second. And any comments? None? All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
I'm opposed.
And abstain. Thank you. If I could take just a 5-minute recess here. I just lost all the information here, so give me a 5-minute recess and we'll return back to.
I'm all for
Make that work.
Yes,
We want to know,
honestly,
we want to see line item.
because Walt and I were on the committee.
I'm going to reconvene.
No, I didn't either.
Apologize. Thank you for your patience. Whatever information that I had in there is now gone, but I got something else up here. So thank you for your patience. If we could move to the 3 o'clock public hearing. Don't forget VDOT.
I think you're on, David.
Am I good? Okay, there we go. This item, you may recall, was shared with you last month as an informational item in preparation for this month's public hearing. Before you today is a proposed ordinance, a one-year ordinance to implement a rounding schema for the discontinuation of the use of pennies. As you probably know, the federal government has stopped minting pennies. And so the Treasurers Association had recommended an ordinance for localities to consider, and that ordinance is before you. The General Assembly authorized localities to pass a ordinance that would be effective from July 1, 2026 through June 30th, 2027 for the purpose of addressing rounding for cash payments to localities. The General Assembly anticipates enacting permanent legislation to become effective July 1, 2027. So this would be an interim measure and means. Before you have the draft. Public hearing for today has been advertised publicly. And of course, we would ask that you hold a public hearing on this. Again, this would only apply to cash payments to the county. And just very simply, for cash payments, for charges that are ending in 1 cent or 2 cents, they would be rounded down to 0. Charges ending for 3 or 4 cents would be rounded up to 5 cents. For amounts ending in 6 or 7 cents would be rounded down to a nickel, and amounts ending in 8 or 9 cents would be rounded up to 10 cents. Again, cash only payments. Temporary ordinance to sunset after 1 year. Be happy to address any questions you have. Mr. Lockaby developed this for us, reviewed it and approved it in consultation with the county treasurer. County Treasurer Donna Booth is here and also happy to address questions that you may have.
Thank you, David. And I know we've talked about this before, but are there any questions for Mr. Mormon? If none, I'll open a public hearing. Anybody like to speak on this? None. I'll close the public hearing. And do I have a motion for adopting the ordinance as presented or amended by the board?
I'll move to adopt.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain. Thank you. Now, if we could go to VDOT, and I apologize about that. Missed you a little bit earlier. Move to number 6, VDOT.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Andrew Thorpe in for VDOT today. Thank you for having me. Hope everybody's having a good afternoon. So I'll just go through our monthly report like we do every month here at the board. So the yearly resurfacing contracts, we've been talking about these the last several months. We have had the startup meeting with our contractors. At this time, we haven't seen major work start yet in Botetourt County, but that is coming over the next few months. Those contractors do have deadlines to complete all of that work by the fall. So our construction staff is working with them diligently to make sure that they stay on those timelines. And certainly as we get closer to seeing some more work come to the county, we'll certainly keep the board informed. No major traffic engineering work orders to discuss today. On the land development, land use side, a handful of site plan reviews, which we certainly work closely with county staff on. A few permits that were issued over the last month or so, 2 utility permits, a handful of private entrances, 1 logging permit, and 1 private utility crossing. On the VDOT project side, some of our larger construction projects in the area. The first being the extension of the acceleration lane at exit 162 on 81 northbound. Anybody who's driven through that certainly has seen the construction going on there. Lanes have been shifted on northbound 81 to provide some more room for that ramp extension. Looks like right now, most of the work going on is some drainage work to accommodate the extra pavement that will be added coming onto 81 from Route 11. The other big project a lot of folks see as they drive throughout the county is our 81 widening project, which is occurring between exit 143 and 150. Work has certainly picked up there over the last few months. A lot of earth is now being moved as part of that project. A lot of the median clearing has been going on. Most of the traffic impacts on that are being done overnight. So the majority of lane closures should be outside of peak times for traffic. And there a lot of work going on right now in the exit 150 area, kind of that area where the old gas stations used to be. Last construction project to highlight for today is the Route 460 Laymantown Road intersection improvements. This project will include a right turn lane from US 460 westbound, turning right onto Laymantown. Laymantown Road is closed. It was closed back in May. So we can work to replace the structure that is there right at the intersection. Work is progressing well on that structure, and the contractor does have a deadline to complete that work before school gets back in August. So that one is moving along. Hitting on some routine maintenance throughout the county. Some drainage work on Route 634 Cedar Lane upcoming. Highlight kind of throughout the county, mowing on secondary routes is ongoing. Certainly there's plenty of grass to be cut out there as we're working throughout the county. Grading on various gravel roads and adding stone where needed. One of the big things we've been working through is some dust control concerns and complaints. Obviously it's been very dry this spring, so dust has been a challenge for us. We are applying dust control as much as we can throughout the county. I am hopeful that maybe some of the rain we see this week will help us on that front. Moving through some other areas, some brush cutting going on in the Eagle Rock area, responding to various work orders, and then some pretty good vegetation work going on in the Troutville area on Catawba Road. With that, I did have a couple items to follow up from last month's meeting I did want to hit on. First with Mr. Michael, I think we exchanged some emails about Longwood Drive and some of the planned paving there. Hopefully we got you the info you were looking for on that. Certainly if any other questions come up, let us know and we're happy to try to work through that. Mr. Nicely, I know last month we talked about McKinney Hollow and Botany with some concerns about location of the pavement there. Our crew did go out and look at that. They found an old pipe that we had replaced a few years ago had settled. So they've actually gone ahead and added an asphalt patch to that. So hopefully that takes care of that concern. Dr. Scott Horn, I know Mr. Lovell had come up a couple times over the last few months. Myself and our maintenance superintendent met with him about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago to look at some of his concerns there. He had hoped for us to actually change the direction the water was flowing in that area. So we explained, that isn't typically a practice we undergo, and even some of the grades on Route 11 there would have made that very difficult, if not infeasible. We did offer to do a little bit of ditch work around his garage there. I know he had concerns about, at least at this time, he declined for us to go ahead and do that ditch work, but we have his contact info. He has ours. So if he has any other questions or concerns or any other ideas, we're happy to walk him through those.
Thank you.
Then Ms. Rotman, Jennings Creek. I know we've had a lot of conversations over the last few weeks.
Thank you for coming out to the end.
Well, I was going to say, I appreciate you setting up that meeting. I think it was good for us to hear directly from the residents out there, understand what some of their concerns were, but also kind of give us the opportunity to explain some of the history and the reason behind some of the decision making to this point. And I know Ashley, I think, gave you a response this morning on some of the questions that had come up.
She did, thank you.
Hopefully that covers anything. Certainly if any other issues or concerns come up, we're happy to re-engage that conversation.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it.
And that is all I have for today. So happy to take any questions.
Did you have a chance to look at the sign issue, Andrew, that we talked about briefly for where the boat launch is, where the Breeden's property is, and
I'm glad you mentioned that. So there were a couple items that came out of that meeting that we are looking into and working on addressing. That was one of them. And then I also had a list of a few maintenance items the residents brought up as well. The maintenance items, our crew is actually already aware of a couple of them and is working on scheduling those. I have a question to some of our traffic engineers about the signage piece. Let me follow up with that and see.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank
where
you.
we go from there.
I thought you guys were so cute with your hard hats and your vests.
Safety first, right?
Yeah.
Anything, Fincastle? Blue Ridge?
Again, I just want to thank you for working with us and everything went great and really appreciate your help on that. That was quite a relief. Thank you.
Thank you.
Amsterdam.
One question, you may not be able to answer it today, and if you need to research it, that's fine. I'm fielding a lot of questions recently regarding the 220 corridor and the lighting synchronization from Fieldstone all the way through the Gateway Crossing light. Can you reference any material for me that describes what that synchronization looks like from a flow pattern perspective? I would appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me work on that and get some of that information together, but we can certainly share that.
Thank you.
Help you answer some of those questions.
And we're good at Alex. Thank you.
Thank you.
If we could move to number 10, the update on Eagle Rock property cleanup and flood mitigation. Mr. Mormon. Yes, Mr. Chairman. So as you're all aware, the county applied for and received a grant to clean up this property in Eagle Rock and mitigate it from flood risk. That grant, of course, was approved, received. The county negotiated a purchase agreement with the property owner. The county now owns that property. Pursuant to the grant conditions, there were a number of things that had to be done in the process of preparing the property and the work on the property and before that work could begin. Those are outlined in your packet. They include completing a pre-purchase title search, an updated boundary survey, an erosion and sediment control plan, an environmental site assessment, a hazardous material survey, a site grading and contours plan. That work is finishing up and staff is in the process of advertising and issuing an invitation for bids to solicit a contractor to actually conduct the on-site work. This is another requirement of the grant that we go through this process. We are under a deadline per the grant to have all work completed by September 30th. We are hopeful and we are targeting to complete the work by early September. But nonetheless, September 30th is our deadline to have all that work completed. There is some other staff from community development on hand to address questions if you have more questions in detail. Mr. Lockaby has been very supportive and helpful for us on the legal and title and whatnot requirements for this. But we'd be happy to address any questions that you have. Any questions from the board?
What happens if we don't make it by September 30?
Good question. Is there an extension available? Okay, so in case you didn't hear that, we have made a preliminary request for an extension just as an insurance policy if needed, but we're hopeful and do not anticipate needing it.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions?
Is it, David, like blocked off in the meantime? Somebody was complaining about it. That, animals aren't wandering onto the rubble or, it's not further deteriorating.
It's not fenced to where animals and wildlife could not get on the site. No, ma'am. It's been cleaned up and pushed to try to keep it from being a nuisance to the public travel and the right of way of things, but it's not completely secured.
But there's a barrier. There's a,
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dave. I appreciate it. Move to number 11, emergency communications lease agreement. Mr. Hinkle?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Matt Ankle, your Emergency Communications Technology Manager. Bring for you today a lease agreement with between the county and SBA Towers for a location we affectionately call Boxley, which is on the 460 corridor just inside of Bedford County. This will will provide coverage on the new radio system for the Blue Ridge area. We've negotiated with SBA, and we've come to a lease that has it's a 5-year lease with 4 5-year extensions with monthly payments starting at $2,350 a month. The county attorney has reviewed the lease and has approved, and staff is requesting that the board approve the lease. And I'm here to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions?
I have a question, but not on this one. I have a question on the landfill one.
Yes, sir.
I understand we're gonna see some concrete next week.
If the schedule holds, it'll be Thursday. They were looking to pour. I haven't had a chance to get up there in the last couple of days, but they are moving dirt and preparing to pour the concrete. So we are definitely making progress. And along with that, we've got permits now for Big Hill, Crawford, Purgatory, of course, the landfill. The outstanding one is Tinker, and then we'll be working with Bedford County and Boxley. So we are making progress with the infrastructure side on the communications of the system. The communication system, we've already started rolling out radios to the first responders. Fire and EMS has gotten their portables. The sheriff's office, a good portion of them. We're going to be rolling out the mobile radios to the school buses here in the next probably 3-4 weeks. So we're making great strides.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So do those radios operate, Matt, without the towers being constructed already?
Well,
Depend where they are.
well, the radios that we've purchased are able to operate on the old system, and they will be also operate on the new system. So we did take delivery of them early instead of wasting the warranty on them by having them sitting on the shelf for a year. We went ahead and we made the decision to go ahead and roll them out a little bit early.
So are you kind of expecting the, all the various components of this to be completed in relatively the same amount of time so that it's rolled out together?
Yes. So most of it will. The one, as they say, the long pole in the tent will be a tower that we're constructing, or a company is constructing a tower for us at the Reed Mountain Complex, which is on the Dynex property. We're still going through the permitting process with that. Last month, you guys approved the lease with them. Yeah. But all the other towers will be completed probably by September. We'll have all the equipment on the towers and ready to go.
September?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, if everything holds, we're looking at a March cutover to the new system, March of 27.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for all your hard work on that. Now we're looking for the approval of the Tanasite agreement with SBA Towers and the LLC for the tower at the ground space, the Boxley Tower site, and authorize the county administrator to execute relevant documents. Do I have a motion?
Make a motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain. Very good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. If we could do number 14, the youth fire camp recap. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm excited to present again about our fire camp that we do every year. This is the first year that we did a co-ed camp. In previous years, they have been girls' fire camps. So a lot of our kiddos returned again this year and brought their brothers. So it was lovely to have them here this year. Our goals with this camp were to educate the youth on the fire and EMS field, bring awareness to volunteer opportunities. This is supposed to promote confidence and leadership for young students. It provides hands-on experience and team building. This is a group of the 6th through 12th graders that learned CPR. We had 67 attendees. These are divided into 8 groups. Normally, we have around 60 available spots for people to sign up. We increased to 80 this year. As any kind of free camp, you have people that don't show up last minute, so that's kind of why the number dropped down to 67, but that's still more than we had ever had. The modules that we provided included fire safety, CPR, stop the bleed, extrication. We had gear drills in a maze that they navigate through, land navigation, learning how to use a compass, forestry, Virginia Department of Forestry came. And then we also have an empowerment session that a local guidance counselor and one of our fire wives, Ramona Murray, came and spoke to the children. Oh, keep it. Funding for this was provided by a FEMA SAFER grant. This is the 4th year that we've gotten this grant. And so they provide $5,000 in grant money that we can hold this camp for free for our citizens and visitors. And then we also partner with Carolian Trauma Outreach, who provides the Stop the Bleed training. Like I stated, Virginia Department of Forestry, Bank of Botetourt participates, and Blue Ridge Wrecker Service provides the cars that we allow the kids to cut up with the extrication tools. The leadership of the camp was 38 leaders that we had. There are 19 career staff that participated, 5 volunteers of volunteer fire departments. There was 1 volunteer from Rockbridge Fire and Rescue, 3 from Carolian Trauma Outreach, 3 from Virginia Department of Forestry, 6 community members, and 1 guidance counselor. And that's all for the summary of the camp. Do you guys have any questions?
Thank you for all your hard work. This is certainly, how many years you've been doing this now?
This is our 5th year.
Fantastic. Thank you for all your hard work.
Of course.
Great program.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If I may, I just want to take the opportunity to recognize Taylor. This is Taylor's last week with us in a full-time capacity. So wanted to give her the opportunity to wrap up her last big initiative with us in her full-time role. Thankfully, Taylor's going to remain a member of the team in a flex-time capacity, helping us maintain a lot of our outward-facing social media, our branding and marketing. And of course, she's willing to help in a supportive role in the camps into the future. So I just wanted to take a second and publicly acknowledge her for the over 5 years worth of wonderful work. She has certainly made Botetourt's Fire and EMS image widely known, received some national recognition for recruitment and retention efforts, and the office is going to be a lot quieter. That's not a good thing, but nonetheless, we wish her the very best and thank her for everything she's done thus far.
Thank you. And if we can go to number 15, the BoCo Wild recap.
I'm pulling up the video. Thank you all. So just, another video coming your way shortly. Big thanks to Brent. So that was just a little recap video of the 4th annual BoCo Wild Carnival, in Buchanan Town Park. Before 2022, this was known as the Buchanan Fishing Carnival. So it's kind of a long-standing event tradition in Buchanan. Our staff fully put it on with dozens of volunteers, a bunch of different businesses that are involved in making it all happen. As you saw, fishing was involved. There was 125 trout, about 115 of them were caught by different kids of different ages. Rock walls for kids to climb. Really, this idea of this event was to expand beyond just fishing and give students, children, an opportunity to try outdoor recreation opportunities. What we find a lot in our department is, especially around that 12 to 14-year-old age, kids start kind of phasing away from youth athletics and are trying to find their thing. And often in this kind of world, unless you have parents who do this kind of stuff, you have parents who know how to kayak, you have parents who know how to rock climb and do these other things, you may never be exposed to it. So this event being completely free for people, we handed out over 300 shirts, had about over 1,000 people come to this event. Buchanan Town Park is hard to actually get a full grasp of that number just because there's like 20 different entrances to that park. But just happy to answer any questions for you all, but overall just a really great event that we're happy to put on next year as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you for all the support and your team members as well. So any questions you have, comments?
Thank you for that project. It's a great yearly annual function that we put on, and I'm highly supportive of it.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Appreciate it. Thanks. If we can move to number 9. Right now, Mr. Lockerbie on the amendment and state intergovernmental agreement regarding the Roanoke Valley Greenway.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually know that I saw Mr. Holmes, the executive director of Aardvark, up there a moment ago, and I know that he knows much more about this than I do. I didn't know ahead of time that he was going to be here. The basic, Botetourt County has been a member of the Greenway Commission for many years. Historically, the Greenway Commission has it's been an independent board that has had the ability to make a lot of decisions on its own. It has also been funded by per capita assessments on the members of the commission. Roanoke County had for many, many years been the fiscal agent for the commission. At a certain point, so the executive director of the commission, she retired a couple of years ago. The commission was becoming less active, and Roanoke County did not want to be the fiscal agent for it anymore. So in lieu of it continuing to operate on a semi-independent basis, decision was made among the chief administrators of all the member localities, as well as the Greenway Commission and Mr. Holmes, that they would instead move the functions of the Greenway Commission under Aardvark, since this is a regional project, and that it would no longer be an independent board with kind of an independent ability to do things. It would instead work under the auspices of Aardvark. The commission itself will continue to exist in an advisory role as the Greenway Committee of the Roanoke Valley Allegheny Regional Commission. It's just that those functions that were previously carried out on a semi-autonomous basis will be instead carried by the regional commission. I think that a key thing to recognize here is this has to be done by an ordinance and have a public hearing, because previously there was an ordinance that created the commission as an independent body. However, that's being repealed, and instead we have merely an agreement with the other members of the Greenway group to provide for that work to be put into Aardvark's work plan, which Roanoke Valley Allegheny Regional Commission has an annual work plan, which provides for what it's going to do in every year. We're agreeing instead for this to be put into the work plan, so there's no longer any need for there to be an independent group that that kind of handles Greenway Commission stuff. There was just a pretty rickety construct in it being really streamlined out of this in order to make things frankly a little bit cheaper. I know that Mr. Holmes is here and knows a lot more than I do about the innards of how this was structured, and I'm sure that he can answer follow-up questions you might have.
Mr. Holmes, can you come on down here if you would? Thank you very much. I appreciate you being here and being able to answer any questions that may be coming. Afternoon. Good afternoon. Any questions from the board we may have?
I have a question. First of all, Jeremy, you're looking very natty today.
Thank you.
So I have a question about this agreement. So I'm looking at the addition to the work plan. So the participating localities, by adhering to this, are agreeing to pay a proportionate share of whatever the work plan is dictating. So are all of those work plan items something that are paid for by grant, or are the counties obligated above and beyond grant money to throw in something?
Yeah, it depends very much on the work plan item. So broadly, the regional commission, when we get requests from the localities every spring, the first thing we do is, does that plug into one of our existing grant sources, funding from EDA, the state, Appalachian Regional Commission, transportation, et cetera. Requests that are above and beyond the ability for those sources to pay for will then, working with localities, have an assessment for, it's going to cost X to do this. Here's how much the commission needs to accomplish that task. Particularly in the case of this Greenway work, one of the goals from this was the commission already did some work around supporting the Greenways through our transportation work and through our EDA work. So by bringing that in-house, we were able to take some of that administration off of the total, what had been previously paid around our county for that total cost, supplement that with some of our existing funding sources. But there was still a delta there. So it reduced the overall budget, but there is still additional activities that have been requested that go above and beyond what we're able to cover with those other sources. I hope that was
Yeah, no, I
it was
understand,
clear.
understand
Yeah.
the answer. Thank you.
Yeah.
So I do have a question. I don't know if this is a question for you, Jeremy, or for you, Mike, but under this agreement, suppose the locality really doesn't want to participate in some aspect of the work plan. Is there the possibility of not participating in it? Or once you sign on, you've signed on to the work plan no matter what?
But as a practical matter, you have a level of control over the work plan because you're participating directly as one of the participants in creating it.
The only thing I have about that is Brandon and I are there, of course, and there's a bazillion other people who are voting. We're like two, little pegs there. We could easily be outvoted on something, even if we disagreed with it. So that could happen potentially. Is there some other level of control outside of that?
So when it comes to how we expect to structure the Greenway work specifically, so versus some of the commission's other work where we set like $1 per capita, and that's the contribution like for the regional commission or the TPO. For the Greenways, what we expect to do is based on the work that's needed to do that's requested through the work program or other activities, we set a dollar amount and then apportion that over the participants. So kind of to answer to your question, there would be an ability to reduce the total work requested or identify projects that would primarily be funded by some other funding source to reduce the overall cost to operate the Greenway Commission or the upcoming Greenway Committee. We would expect there would just be a base level of funding that would be needed to support the position, because we do have a full-time Trails and Recreation and Greenway planner who is both doing the Greenway Committee work, but also doing other recreation trail planning that's outside of the specific activities of the Greenway, will be the Greenway Committee. So there'll be opportunities to reduce the total budget, but there's always going to be, I would expect, some amount of contribution expected from the folks who sign into the IGA to participate in that sort of regional advisory body and that regional advisory work.
So is this to pay the costs of the advisory body or to pay the cost of the actual work?
It's paying primarily the staff support to do the part of that work is administering the advisory body, but part of that is also that person's time in doing advocacy, planning, studies. You know, for example, one of the activities next year is a economic impact of the regional Greenway network. So it would be paying for that person's time in part to undertake that study. So the bulk of their time is really outside of the committee administration and really focused on some kind of project delivery, whether that's one of those aforementioned studies or something like working with the TPO to get funding to construct something in the region.
So I'm sorry, now I'm not quite understanding.
Yeah, sure.
So I really apologize. So let's say Aardvark determines there's going to be a 1 million, it may not work this way. Just tell me if it doesn't. So suppose Aardvark decides to get engaged in this project for the Greenway, it's going to cost $1 million. And the funding that's available for it is $500,000. Would this agreement then apply to the remaining $500,000 to do the work to apportion it?
Yeah, that's a very good question to clarify. What this IGA covers and the commission's role in this is basically just staff support for planning and activities that support generally locality transportation and parks and rec departments for any kind of infrastructure. So in the example you said, if there was a construction project for $1 million, this arrangement wouldn't be what meets that gap. This person might support Botetourt County staff in identifying funding sources through state or federal or other programs to meet that gap. But this doesn't obligate any of the member localities for any kind of construction activity. That is all owned by you through your again, primarily your transportation and parks and rec departments. This is just to provide some regional staff support, technical support for those staff, not unlike what a lot of our transportation staff do for folks at the TTC or the TPO level. You know, they help navigate a funding process. They help navigate a STBG or SMART scale. This would be that same kind of role around trails, recreation amenities, outdoor infrastructure, those kind of activities. But it's really just the background technical support for things that you all want to do or build and help figure out if and how we make that gap. I hope that's clear.
Yes, thank you. I really appreciate that.
Okay,
So,
yes.
I did want to note we expressly excluded any construction or maintenance from this agreement.
Oh, okay.
So that's not something, this is all about that, you know, the probably 3/4 of an FTE that would actually be doing administrative stuff, applying for grants, doing all of that stuff that's necessary to.
I get it now. Thank
Yeah.
you. Yeah,
Thank
thank you. I apologize for being.
It's a little bit of this transition is taking a lot of work. And so those are all very good questions, how this might work.
So what are the anticipated projects for Botetourt County that would involve the Greenway Commission?
So, primarily what we've got on deck right now really is getting at that economic impact, that economic impact study for trails and greenways. In terms of what's immediately on deck for FY27, the other thing is, again, is having that person available to assist local staff identify funding for upcoming projects, needs identified. So the long story is I don't know that right now there's, for example, a specific Greenway infrastructure project that's been brought to our attention that Botetourt wants to pursue. But by having that person there, and this is often the case with transportation or other projects, by having that person there, we have the capacity when something comes along to provide that support. And then again, that's for the construction project. There's the ongoing, just being able to provide data, mapping, studies, whatever those needs that might arise over the course of the year. The other piece of that we'll continue to kind of develop this year is as Mr. Lockaby noted, what we're kind of doing is taking a position that lived at this independent Greenway Commission and did solely Greenway work. We're moving it under the Regional Commission, and they're about half, 3/4 time that. The rest of their funding is coming from other sources that allow them to do broader recreation activities. For example, the Craig Botetourt Trail will be something that might come under their purview to help identify funding sources for that, work on state advocacy, do other kind of planning or activities, work with VDOT, that will now be available to do that we couldn't do before. There may be other outdoor amenities and parks and rec kinds of activities that will now be able to provide support for. Again, that support might be just local technical assistance. It could be grant writing assistance or other kind of funding assistance if we identify those opportunities.
Is there some kind of ultimate goal or aim or thought or idea in somebody's head that one of the motivations behind the Greenway Commission is to hook Botetourt County up with Roanoke County in some kind of trail system, park system, greenway system?
Yeah, I don't know if there is at this point a specific goal around, say, contiguous interconnected networks of trails. I think what the goal has been for the last 10 years under the existing 10-year Greenway plan is just a regional vision for trails and greenway infrastructure and what that looks like. So a primary vision, for example, has really been the backbone of the Roanoke River Greenway, but there's been all kinds of other greenway sections that are not contiguous with that are envisioned. One of the things that is coming up is it is the 10-year end of the last 10-year plan. So we will be undertaking that next 10-year plan update, which we'll be looking at, I think, your question. So what's the next step? Is there a desire for an interconnected regional network? Is there, what is the need for other kinds of trail, natural trail, et cetera, kind of infrastructure? And then, probably key, how do we maintain, the things that we've built? I think will be a really big part of that next vision. And that's a regional challenge, regardless of whether it's a Roanoke Valley, those paved greenway sections that you probably think of when you think of the Greenway Commission, or things like once Craig Botetourt is built and the construction is done, what is the vision for continuing to be able to pay for the maintenance or cover the maintenance of something like that? So that's a kind of a long answer to your question. I think is one of the things we're trying to figure out is what is that regional vision? And that's one of the benefits, I think, of bringing this position into the Regional Commission, because you all own the Regional Commission, and that way I think it'll be a much more robust planning process to make sure we meet all of our locality members' needs on what do we want in the next 10, 20 years from trails and outdoor recreation and that kind of infrastructure.
So absent any, let's just say Botetourt County doesn't have any interest in ever connecting
Sure.
with Roanoke in some way like that. So absent that, the chief benefit would then be in pursuing grant writing for other recreational areas within the county that we might be interested in developing somehow.
That would be one of the benefits, certainly. And again, bringing it back to that economic impact, we'll be able to tell that story, which will be one of the precursors we'll need to do for future funding. We believe and that all these are outdoor amenities, the trails and all this work that we're putting into this, and the money we're putting into this has an ROI. And so this will help, for example, Botetourt, regardless of what that interconnected or regional trail network looks like, still be able to tell a story about Craig Botetourt or whatever other trails or kind of amenities you envision. What is the ROI on that kind of work? And then that will, we hope, lead to being more successful competing with whatever kinds of funding pots might come down the pike.
Okay, thank you. And how much does this cost us a year? Over 9,000? Under 9.
And that being said, where do we see it? Is it saved anything we've done so far within Botetourt County? Have we seen a benefit from this?
I know that there have been several developments that at least were planned for future connection to the Greenway as part of what the developer wanted to do. I don't know what the current status of that is. Is Mrs. Pendleton here?
John is
Oh,
actually.
okay. Mr. McCoy.
Don't view yourself in that demeaning way, John.
Thank you, Jeremy. That's a fantastic question, Supervisor Robin. So I regularly attend the Greenway Commission meetings. I will say, and actually it was you that asked the question. Sorry, Dr. Scott. So there has been some benefits of participating in the Greenway Commission. While we don't necessarily have a true Greenway on the ground yet in Botetourt, save the Cherry Blossom Trail, the Craig Botetourt Scenic Trail coming, the benefits of being involved in that from a staff perspective is really being able to lean on those other localities in the valley to learn from them. So we do have what's called a standard subcommittee as part of the Greenway Commission. And the goal of that is to really understand what processes have worked in other localities and which ones have been tried and failed, and we don't want to repeat those failures. One example of that is we talk a lot about fences in there to make sure there's distinguishment between the greenways and private properties. And there are some fences and the ways those are designed that work really well. There are some that look really nice but don't work really well. And there are some that just do not work at all. And so being involved in the Greenway Commission and those standards and best practices allow us to hear from those other localities and glean that information without having to test that in Botetourt and see that it doesn't work for us. Now, we do understand that there is major differences between Botetourt County, Roanoke County, and Roanoke City. And to Jeremy's point earlier, I think from a staff perspective, we understand and we hear that people don't necessarily prioritize connections to Roanoke County or Roanoke City. And our goal, at least internally, has been to focus on some of the low-hanging fruit, as it were, maybe some items in Botetourt County that don't connect to other localities, and get some of those greenways on the ground so that people can really enjoy and understand some benefit. And if in the future there is some interest in connecting to Roanoke County or other localities, we can definitely explore that.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
So what places are you looking at, Jonathan?
So the one that's at the top of the mind is the Greenway and Eagle Rock. So there is a stretch of land right next to the railroad there that would connect downtown Eagle Rock down to Last Lock Park and then connect further into the Craig Botetourt Scenic Trail. So that is the number one project that we've been working on over the past year or so. We have received some funding for that, and we're actually, another benefit of being part of the Greenway Commission is having access to Pathfinders for Greenways, which is the fundraising arm of the Greenway Commission. And hopefully we'll be able to work with them to see about some opportunities to get some private funding on that Greenway to kind of subsidize and make sure that we're not carrying more of that cost.
Do we somewhere within our planning department or an economic development department, do we somewhere have some real tourism expertise, development of tourism expertise?
It's certainly not me. I think we do lean on Visit Virginia's Blue Ridge, and I know in the Parks and Rec department, there's a lot of programming that they put on that does encourage tourism, but I'd have to lean on the county administrator and others to better answer that question.
We don't. Okay. Thanks.
Absolutely.
Any other questions anybody may have? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jeremy. I'll open it up for the public hearing. Anybody like to speak on this?
We have one person signed up, Mandy Adkins.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. My name is Mandy Adkins, and I am a resident of the Amsterdam District. I'm here today as both a Botetourt County resident and also a member of the Greenway Commission as a citizen representative. Having served on the Greenway Commission both as a staff member and now as citizen representative for several years, I've seen firsthand the value of having a structured forum where localities can share information, coordinate on Greenway-related projects,
Good. All right. So if we go to item 12 here, in the amendments to the code of Botetourt County, Chapter 19, Mr. Ward, Mr. Lockaby, we could.
Yes, I don't think that the sheriff's actually here, so I'm going to do my best to go through this. This is actually a significant, or some changes that we tried to make it actually as insignificant as possible, but that still are going to have some impact on the code, on the portion of the county code that deals with solicitors. Solicitors being people who go door to door, handing out tracts, raising money, selling things.
Campaigning for election?
Well, that was another thing, campaigning. Now, we had to make some changes to this code that were fairly significant because it had not been changed since, in any significant way, since 1977. In the meantime, in 1998, the Commonwealth of Virginia had adopted provisions dealing with how you handle solicitation by nonprofit organizations and churches. The Supreme Court of the United States had decided 2 cases that deal with how you have to regulate people who are giving out religious information, and the General Assembly has in the last 5 years also adopted some significant legislation regarding how you have to deal with political solicitation. So a lot of those things that had in 1977 been covered under this have now been covered under different regulatory schemes. So we're no longer dealing with most of those. So we're dealing primarily with door-to-door sales, as well as a couple of other relatively small pieces of charitable fundraising that still are locally regulated. So what we did was we updated these, the definitions in here to specifically cover commercial solicitation, changed up the language in a few places to try to have similar upshot and to the extent we could quote what the U.S. Supreme Court cases said. For instance, in the new section 19-6, it originally said no solicitor shall employ overly aggressive or abusive sales tactics. Well, instead we quoted a U.S. Supreme Court case that said that you could have something to the effect of, no person shall engage in solicitation in a manner that obstructs the free passage of any person or vehicle. In other words, they can't block you in. Involves physical contact without consent. Continues after a clear refusal, which is to say being overly aggressive, or involves following a person after such refusal or otherwise creates a reasonable risk of imminent bodily harm. This is what the U.S. Supreme Court has said that you can prohibit. And if you go further than that, you're looking for trouble. And it certainly is much more clear than employing overly aggressive or abusive sales tactics. The key thing that Major Boone with the Sheriff's Department was particularly concerned about was that he needs to go through the Virginia State Police to have processing through the Central Criminal Records Exchange at the FBI in order to check if people had committed felony offenses in other states. It's always been the practice in Botetourt County, and it was part of this code that we did checks on anybody before they can get a solicitor's license to do any type of door-to-door sales. We needed to know that they hadn't committed any felony crimes either in Virginia or in any other state. Well, due to changes in law, you're shocked to find out, the state police said that we needed to adopt certain magic language in order for them to be willing and able to go through the FBI's database in order to check for foreign convictions. So we changed that that section. That I think we felt was the most important thing to change. But while we were there looking at an ordinance that dealt with things where there had been half dozen major either Fourth Circuit or U.S. Supreme Court cases that changed the law significantly, and the General Assembly doing two separate statutes that take things out of the scope of this that used to be in it, that we would make those updates as well.
Very good. Any questions on this? No questions? We'll open public hearing. Anybody like to speak on this? Close the public hearing. And do I have a motion to adopt the proposed amendments as presented?
Motion as presented.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain. Great. Thank you. If we can go to number 16, resolution support of transportation projects. Mr. McCoy.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. So as you might remember, it's smart scale time. So that is the most fun time of the year when we submit transportation fundings through a portal, and it gets kind of weighed and graded against other projects throughout the state, and we find out whether it gets funded or not early of next year. So this year we actually have 6 projects for you, which is the most that we've submitted since I've been in Botetourt County. 4 of those are being submitted through our slots that we have available to us, and 2 of those are being submitted through the regional commission. So you have a resolution in front of you, as well as some details about these projects. I believe Mr. Watts is pulling up a presentation where I can go over those items if you'd like, or I'm happy to answer the questions that you may have, whatever your preference is. Otherwise, I'll ask you for motion on the resolution as drafted there before you. That way we can include it in the application materials. That's a requirement of the smart scale application process. And it's a little weird. The applications aren't due until August, but there are what's called readiness gates that VDOT has to verify that these projects are moving forward. And one of those is to have that resolution from the governing body. And that is actually required before that August 1st deadline. It's sometime in mid-July. So that's why we're looking at them here today. So any questions for me?
I do, and I do have a question here.
Yes, sir.
John, we've been submitting these smart scales. Have we even come close to even getting a mention?
So smart scale, of course, is a cost to benefit ratio, and it's also weighed against other projects throughout the state. Northern Virginia, Richmond, Hampton Roads end up getting a lot of funding, and that leaves poor South Side and Southwest Virginia normally out of the funding pot. So we have been working with VDOT, as you know, for years to refine these projects, to bring down the costs, and have actually removed a lot of elements from these projects while still hopefully maintaining the essential point of all these projects, which is really safety and efficiency in our area. There have been projects that have gotten near a 0 score, and there are projects that have scored a little bit better, but still not been included. We have sought opportunities to get funding through other mechanisms. So through the Surface Transportation Block Grant, which is the regional funding pot. And we've actually been successful in funding a piece of the Super Street project that you're probably most familiar with. And that has actually been funded through that pot as well. So we're trying to take it in chunks as we can and being creative with the funding solutions. I'm confident, a little optimistic, but I'm generally optimistic as it comes. So hopefully we'll get funding, but we unfortunately have no real way of knowing until it all shakes out later on this year.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Any other questions? If no other questions, do we have a motion for the adoption of the attached resolution?
Make a motion to adopt the resolutions.
Second that. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Abstain. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Not one project.
Yeah.
In our area.
Yeah.
But it doesn't sound like,
Let's go to number
yeah.
17, if we can, resolution to consider the owner requests zoning ordinance text amendment related to shopping center.
Good afternoon. I'm here to speak briefly about a owner-initiated text amendment in the shopping center to allow the sale of recreational vehicles such as boats, golf carts, as well as hot tubs in shopping center. Specifically, the applicant is looking at the Food Line Shopping Center in Blue Ridge. We have spoke with the applicant, walked through some potential solutions to what they're proposing to do, but have emphasized to them that the proposed use may face some uphill challenges, specifically in our more urban shopping center districts, such as Botetourt Commons here in Daleville and the Food Line Shopping Center here in Daleville. To that end, county staff has recommended that we not move forward with this, but I will let y'all speak to that. Any questions for me or for county staff?
Any questions?
I'd like to make a statement and a motion. This project has drug on for some time, and we thought we had made it clear that we need to have the sewer done before we address, consider, or in any way discuss any future uses of this facility. So given that, I move that we table this until the sewer lines are installed and approved by the State Health Commission.
We have a motion. And do I have a second?
I second.
In that setting, I just have a little discussion. The health department talked to them how long ago about the sewer?
It's been a while.
And did they make any action to hook up to the sewer?
I believe that they have submitted materials to our department.
Some permits were given?
Yes. Right.
So there's been no installment.
They still need permission from VDOT as well, from what I understand. I even received an email today. And they're also waiting on supplies apparently, but progress has taken place, but not enough.
Is it in Mr. Michaels, in your proposal, I mean, your motion here, you said you would like to table this.
Any future discussions or any
So you don't want,
consideration?
is there any time period you want to table for?
Yes,
Definitely.
until the sewer is in and approved by the State Department of Health, but until that happens.
No good. That's what I want to clarify, make sure. Okay, so any other discussion we have? No other discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? And abstain. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Mayor.
Wait until 4:30, but let's go to the appointments. Consider appointment Brandon Nicely to the Roanoke Valley Transportation Planning Organization. I thought it did last time, but it's that Arvark, I think. Was that?
It's TPS.
Yeah.
Oh, it was a TPO. Okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
Be appointed to
Aardvark. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. Thanks, Celeste.
So we're doing all this again. We're doing all again. All right. And that, the RVTPO policy, do I have a motion for Mr. Nicely?
Make a motion.
I'll second. Any discussion?
Is Mr. Nicely willing to serve?
Sure. All in favor? Aye. Opposed and abstain. Consider appointment of Linda Rotman for the RVTPO. Do I have a motion?
Make a motion.
Second. Discussion? You willing to serve?
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And abstain. Consider reappointment of Billy Martin, alternate to the Roanoke Valley Regional Commission, term of July 1, 2026 and June 30, 2029. Do I have a motion? I'll make that motion. Okay. Any discussion?
Should this be a board member?
Is it required to be a board member? No. Okay. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? And abstain.
I'll abstain.
Consider reappointment Gary LaRue to the Roanoke Valley Allegheny Regional Commission to the term July 1st, 2026 and June 30th, 2029. Do I have a motion? I'll make a motion.
Second.
Any discussion?
I have a question about this myself, because I know that Billy Martin is the one who appears at every single meeting. Gary never shows up for any of them. What function is Gary performing here? Is it required to be a member of the administration? What's the deal?
No, it's not. Previously, previous to Mr. Martin, I served as the alternate.
Mhm.
Then when Mr. Martin left the board, then he ended up serving as the alternate. And so that's basically what ended up happening. So whenever he's there, I'm not part of the group, basically.
So are you required to have an alternate and a commission and a member, or you could just?
The other jurisdictions do have an alternate.
Mhm.
And so it's allowed. I'm not sure that it's required, but it is allowed.
Mhm. So the member can be anybody, member of the administration, Board of Supervisors,
It could be
citizen,
part
like
of the
Billy.
administration and part of the Board of Supervisors.
It has to be, or it can be.
I think it actually has to be.
Is this the Aardvark?
Yes, Aardvark. I think it has to,
I,
administration or.
let me see if I've got I have the,
So it has to be a part of the.
here.
And
Commissioners.
In a sweet way,
okay.
just as, what?
Two backups.
There's two backups?
There's the one and then there's alternate, just in case that one. So one shows, the other one doesn't.
Does Billy vote?
If he's in there as an alternate.
He does vote.
As you're looking that up,
Yeah, I'm sorry. I have to look at the Regional Commission Act as well as the.
can I move on to the next little portion and tell, or should I finish
By
this?
all means.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Consider appointment to Botetourt County Department of Social Service Board. Is there been a considered individual appointment? You know of anybody?
They haven't made up their mind. I think we found somebody to serve,
Okay.
but they have not notified us yet. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll do it next month, maybe.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's tough. Thank you.
She's gonna think about it.
Certainly can't go to 13. Mr. Lockerbie, you're going to be presenting that one.
We could have the general comments.
We could start the general comments.
Yeah.
So that'd be fantastic. Any citizens here to speak?
Yes. So for general comments, our first person signed up to speak is Kathy Benefield.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. I just want to share a couple observations that I've made from last week. For the last 5 months, I have heard that Google wants to be our good neighbor. So I'd like to take a moment and read to you what a good neighbor is. A good neighbor is someone who balances being friendly and helpful with respecting boundaries and privacy. They actively contribute to a safe and peaceful community by minimizing disruptions, maintaining their property, and being approachable in times of need. Key characteristics of a good neighbor: mindful of noise and space, respectful of privacy, helpful and proactive, communicative and constructive, community-minded. Basically, the golden rule. A good neighbor boils down to the golden rule, treating others and their property the exact same way you would like to be treated. I attended the Google Fair last week with an open mind. I was disappointed with their lack of transparency and unwillingness to answer basic questions. Each time I stopped, they referred me to another person across the gym, just like ping pong. That person was equally unprepared to answer questions. When asked about the water source, I was told we were working it out. Personally, I struggle every day to understand how a scale of a project the size of the proposed Google data center could even be considered without the minimum basic details of being worked out. When I left the Google Fair, my takeaway of Google's idea of being a good neighbor was by repairing playgrounds or by putting a ramp for someone who is disabled to access the Cherry Blossom Trail. Each of you have signed an NDA, which means, to quote my current representative, that you're on the inside. As an inside, representing the citizens who voted you in office, what are you going to do to ensure that the proposed data center is built with responsibility to the best possible way to minimize the damage that they could possibly cause while maintaining the quality of life for the citizens that live here, to protect the animals and our wildlife? I think we have a severe credibility issue in this community, and I am disappointed in every single one of you, including you, Gary LaRoe. Thank you.
Please.
Our next speaker is Melissa Smith, and the last person signed up is Molly Gimbert.
Good afternoon. Thank you again. Melissa Smith, widow on the planet, living in the Amsterdam district. You might have a biblical interest in paying a close attention to what I'm saying. Go read it if you don't believe me. There's lots of stories of widows in the Bible. We're favored by God because nobody else will take care of us. Please believe me, because I'm not a liar nor an accuser. I'm trying to be the board's rescuer. You are doing the wrong things for this county. Please be reconciled to the desires and best interests of your own local citizens. Stop the propaganda with the data center deal that's planned. First, stop saying it's done. Second, stop saying that we may earn what we may earn and focus instead on what it will definitely cost us. Gary LaRoe ramrod running roughshod over us all, took the data center deal, chump change in the first place, bait, piece of candy, and got lured in to their plan. Then they groomed you all to believe the lies that this thing is good. It isn't. Saying it will be good for this county will not make it so ever. And I'm already appalled at how you have behaved in concert to be deceitful. For example, please never do again what Mr. Snyder did before he got elected to his seat. He sat on the Planning Commission and changed the zoning without the citizens being well informed adequately beforehand for the plans that were being made. They were kept secret. The developers knew that we would not approve, so they told you all what to do, and then you did it to us. Luring and grooming are tactics you all are using because LaRoe is telling you to. That's ridiculous from this point on. Reverse course, you've made mistakes, just admit to them so that we can now find solutions. If Google was so great in the first place, you would have told the truth way before this deal was done. The fact that you didn't speaks for itself. Now, because you signed bad deals on our behalf, you cannot even speak for yourselves, and you cannot speak for us or our interests. At this point, you're risking your own reputations and our resources. Do you still want to follow the road to no end of Google abuses, or are you becoming more willing to do something about it now? If these deals are unconstitutional or in any way illegal, just call their bluff and break the deal. If Google sues you, we'll all take care of your backs later. After all, that seems to be the board's most favorable motto. What is the difference really between being willing to make up something in the first place or just to tell a lie in any place? Why bother with the truth at all? Does it make any difference to you all? Those signs at that data center open house were a travesty because it took your deceit and made it look glossy.
Our next speaker and last speaker that we have signed up is Molly Gimbert.
So Molly Gimbert, I'm Blue Ridge District, and I've never attended a meeting before. So this is all observation for me, and it's quite interesting, I must say. So I will go back and watch the live stream just to beat everything that I didn't get. But I hear the hearts of these people, and I know you guys do too. And I know there's some consensus that says want to say no to that data center. And I agree completely that is what I've heard so far, that it is not in the best interest of the citizens. And they want you to hear them, and I want you to hear us. That's just my observation. And I just want to say that every day, I pray and believe that the right decisions are going to be made, the choices are going to be made that would be just do the right thing for the right reason. I think I saw that on one of the job opportunities you have on your website at the Botetourt County. It said the first thing on the requirements was to do the right thing for the right reason. So I would just like for you guys to comply with that too, as best you can. Thank you.
One more person signed up, Mr. Goat.
I can wait till later.
No, you're good. You're good.
My name's Danny Goad. I reside in the Valley District. I want to talk to you about a proposal from that's come from the Planning Commission. Commissioner Mark Tyson has put together a good proposal to investigate what are the facts of the water. You've seen many videos of where the amount of dry ground at Carvin's Cove that you can see as a result of the drought. Not much information has been forthcoming from the Board of Supervisors regarding just how much water is going to be used. And I know you've heard this figure from me before, not because anyone told me this, but I can look and evaluate what you're doing. The Western Virginia Water Authority has installed, or is in process of installing, a 16-inch water line from Carvin's Cove to Botetourt County. That's additional capacity to go alongside the 8-inch and the 12-inch that's currently there. The capacity of that line is 8.64 million gallons a day. That's a product of physics. Google can't change physics, neither can you. So we know how much additional water is coming from Carvin's Cove. You need to be free with that information and tell us, be honest for a change, try it. You'll be surprised what it would do to the people of Botetourt County to hear some truth. But what do we really have? What are you really expecting on the water side? It's not a good situation. It's knowable. But these things impact not only Botetourt County, but they impact Roanoke County and Roanoke City. Do you know that for a period of 3 years, from 22 to 25, they were unable to pump water from the Roanoke River into Spring Hollow? What would that do to the plan with Google? Because of a chemical spill upstream. That's tremendous. What's our ability to fight fires? Have you ever heard of the Chicago fires? Fire is a big reality that you've got to plan for. These issues have not been considered, and I ask you to study this issue and make it clearly known to the people as Mark Tyson has proposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes the citizens' comment period. Lockaby.
I don't believe that there is a requirement that the person be appointed, although if a majority of the commissioners need to be elected, and I believe that if we have a member on the commission who is elected, they need to be replaced with another elected unless various things happen that are set out in the charter.
So you're saying that it needs to be an elected official?
Well, currently who is sitting in the seat?
I'm saying it's.
Yeah, so it could be another administrator, it could be Mr. LaRue, it could be another official, it could be any person who is a qualified voter of this locality.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second, and we are in the discussion. Any further discussion? If none, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Apologies, Gary. Strong feeling in my district. I'm opposed.
And abstain. Thank you. Now let's go ahead and move to 4:30. Public hearing. Mr. Lockaby.
Well, thank you, sir. And I'm certainly going to lean on my friend, Mr. McCoy here a little bit on this. This came to us as a request from Ms. McDonald to be granted an easement on a paper street in the paper street is in Dalnita Hills. Her particular property is not on Dalnita Hills. This paper street, of course, it was stubbed out. I mean, it was stubbed out way back when in order to be a potential access point to her property. Of course, it was never built, never opened. She's asked for an easement across this. That's about as far as I have gotten on it. I've prepared the documents, and I think that probably Mr. McCoy or Ms. Pendleton can fill in more blanks as well as Ms. McDonald.
Any questions from the board members? I do have one. I know you have a few too, as well, Mr. Snyder, but If I can, Mr. McCoy. Or, but you will in just a little bit when the public. Oops, first command.
Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah.
Members of the board, what can I do to answer any staff-related questions?
They were wanting to run water and sewer. Is that right?
So the initial request actually came to us through the Water Authority about extending only a water line. And the purpose of that was for agricultural operations. And at that point, we connected Ms. McDonald with legal and her legal counsel to work on drafting that. So it's a paper street and it is owned by the county because it was never developed. Years ago, there was an attempt or a request to vacate that paper street and it was denied. And so in communicating with staff and administration about the best path forward, one of those came to light would be the granting of that easement just for the water line. And so I would have to defer to Mrs. McDonald on the legal documents and how they came to be, what was included in the packet, and if there was additional information or additional request over and above. What we were initially made aware of was just the water line.
Any other questions for?
I'm going to follow your footsteps on that with questions regarding what the need is for water, what the need is for sewer, what the need is for ingress and egress. It just seems like there's a big ask there. And I don't really see what the conclusion is just from this basic application. So I have plenty of questions.
Should we let the applicants answer is the applicant here? Nope. Okay. Sorry, come on down here and maybe you can help answer some of these questions.
My name is Patricia McDonald, and my husband is coming down. He's Professor James Kahn. And what we're requesting is the water line to come across that paper road because we have 3 goats. And we'd like to have the water line go to their pasture because we can't provide water line from our house to the goats' pasture because we have the major gas line goes between our house and the pasture. And we have to carry the water from our house down to the goats during the winter so that they can survive. And it's very difficult for us because we slip and slide and fall. So and the reason we asked for the easement for the water line and also for ingress and egress is because we have to send workers up there to actually drill for the water line. So have I answered your questions?
You're also asking for a sewer easement and an ingress egress?
I didn't ask for that. No, I didn't ask.
The goats don't need a sewer.
So that's what we're asking for so that we can keep our herd supplied. And we only have 3 goats now, but we'd like to increase it to 5 goats. They're rescue goats, retired dairy goats that we rescued because they were culling the herd. So that's the situation.
I've heard that property contains wetlands and you would be going across a wetland area. I'm not sure I'm comfortable with you doing that.
Well, the wetland is mainly Ruhlman Branch that runs on the property slopes. And the pasture is a south-facing slope that goes into Ruhlman Branch. So the line would come across the paper easement, across the paper road off of Delnita, and then go into the pasture, avoiding going for the Ruhlman Branch, which we're very conscious of, and we would like to take care of it and preserve it.
Yeah, we're managing our property for wildlife, birds, pollinators, and trying to be good stewards of the land and increase biodiversity and so forth.
and keep Botetourt County green with our agricultural use. And we're members of the New River Valley Sheep and Goat Association, and they're very supportive of us. And, so we're here to ask for this.
During this application process, did you reach out to your neighbors and explain what it is you're attempting to do?
I reached out to some of them. Our immediate adjacent neighbor has a mule and a horse, and we exchange. We take our goats over there, and I take care of his horses. And I've also reached out to two neighbors, two people I know in Delnita, and they're both supportive.
No further questions at this time. Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant?
I have a question. It sounds like from the other people who spoke today that you do have bodies of water on the property that the goats can just drink out of naturally. Is that, do I have that right or is that wrong?
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question.
Well, it sounded like from some other people who spoke earlier today about your application that actually you do have water on your property, creeks, ponds, something or other that the goats could drink out of that wouldn't require bringing water in, or is that not correct?
Well, there's Ruhlman Branch that runs close to Etzler Road, but the pasture doesn't extend to that. They are in a pasture that does not have water in it, so we have to supply it. I did not hear those prior comments. I only came in later on. So I'm not sure what you're referring to, but we have.
I'm not sure either. I was just responding to what they had to say. Have you considered dropping a well in there on your property somewhere else?
I did, but it would cost 3 times as much and as bringing in the water, which is already a considerable expense. I talked to the water authority and I know how much it's going to cost. And it would also require extra power, is what I understand. I'm not an expert in this, but it takes more power to pump the water from a well than it would be to use the public water. And so that then we're planning to use a gas generator to pump the water if we're allowed this easement. Whereas if we did a well, it would require considerable, we would have to bring in power and a lot of other things that would be very difficult and expensive.
Doesn't this parcel also front on Etzler?
Yes. There's 2 parcels and one parcel, our address is actually on 1449 Etzler. But the pasture is got the upper pasture and then there's a lower pasture and it's divided by Ruhlman Branch. So.
And isn't there water on Etzler?
Not at this present time. I've been told by, I forget his last name. His first name is Aaron and he's with the Water Authority. Adam Shear, thank you. And he said that at some point there's going to be water along Etzler, but he says we couldn't, he told me that we couldn't tap into that potential future line and bring it to the upper pasture because we'd have to go under Ruhlman Branch. So he told me that he suggested that we do it this way.
Nicole, could you add to any of that?
Certainly, I'm not aware of any extensions of water along Etzler at this time, and what would be required for something like that or any other future subdivisions would certainly be much more intense than this request to connect within and adjacent to an existing water line. So, and I will be certain to follow up with Mr. Shear about that comment.
Okay.
Can you confirm, Nicole, that the easement would not be running through any of the wetlands?
I took a look at it actually just a little bit ago, and I don't believe the Water Authority would let them, and it is. So the only wetland, Ms. McDonald is correct, is it's a riverine wetland, so it's only on that. Mm-hmm. And so we would ensure, and I don't think the Water Authority would agree, and you've also talked about a surveyor, so we would make sure that there would be no impact to the wetlands.
Any other questions for the applicant? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'd like to open up the public hearing. Anybody like to speak on this? Please.
If you would, please, again, my property adjoins this easement. Obviously, there are other options for them, and we object at this time to this, and I would request that a member of the board or someone meet with me and come out and let's walk over and really take a look at this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In Downeda, we have, it's not fully built out. There are lots that are still available for building. And if they already were having trouble with having enough water for our subdivision, and we don't need anybody else to be tapping in that doesn't live in Downeda Hills. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other?
Ladies and gentlemen, I am so saddened by this situation, honestly, because these, from what I can tell, very nice people who are rescuing animals. Thank you for that. Thank you for doing the work on your property in order to try and create a habitat. For the folks of Daleville Hills, I also feel really bad for them because they have been expressing to the board for months, if not years, their problems with water. And the gentleman that was just mentioned came from the Water Authority, came in, if not last month, but the month before, to talk about the Daleville Hills expansion for the Water Authority. Now, everybody knows that part of that T intersection is going to be dedicated to Google. And Google and the Water Authority are disturbing a wetland on the greenfield lot. So you'll have to pardon me if I am just flabbergasted on how we can sit here and talk about disturbing wetlands and how the Water Authority would never. Well, guess what? They are, and you guys aren't stopping them. We need to take the appropriate time, do the appropriate surveys to get these nice people and their goats water without hurting these nice people who are being impacted by the lack of transparency, the lack of care and responsibility from this county and the Water Authority for months, if not years. We need to take care of our own. We need to stop relying on Google, who does not care about us, as a get out of jail free card. Their infrastructure is not going to help us. It's going to steal from us. Spend the appropriate time, table this issue, and figure it out. Please and thank you.
On this? If not, close the public hearing. Oh, I'm sorry, Carlos.
I just wanted to say that, you know, with the McDonald's, and I feel for them on their saying that they have to haul their water, and they are able to get a well. They can get a permit and put another well on their property. We can't get, from what I understand, can't get permits and put on our properties. And, you know, they have the means to do that. They've got the acreage. They just got to put forth the money. Okay. So if we're having to deal with the Google impact, we've always been a hidden little gem, quiet little neighborhood, but we've always had issues with our water. We've always had issues with not having water a couple of times when we first moved there, to also having the pressure, which they say they're going to address that. But I don't think it's right that they're coming in on our neighborhood to tap in to the water. Also, when they talk about that their neighbors, of course, we don't know who the neighbors are, but the ones they were talking about with the mule, they're not even in Downeda either. They're way up from them, up Etzler, and they turn in. So just think about it. Come visit, come look, and make sure. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else here to speak?
May I add an item of clarification? And I apologize. As you know, I've been out of pocket a little bit. So let me clarify and say that, yes, the Water Authority will be working on those improvements for Downita Hills. And they are awaiting an additional action that should have occurred when they came to you the month before. It's called a commission permit. That should come to you all next month. Hopefully we can take care of that. Planning Commission, it is an administrative issue in terms of getting that next piece of the puzzle complete for Downita Hills. So I want to make sure that everybody is aware that is underway, but that does not mean that there are any future expansions or provisions where water would be provided to any other of the lots along Etzler or create any opportunities for additional and increased development. So I just wanted to make sure I was clear there.
Okay.
I
Thank you.
apologize.
Thank you.
I am now 100% confused about
So
where do the people who are short on water, where are they getting their water from? Are they getting from their own wells? Or they're getting from the Water Authority?
Community well. It's a
A community well.
strictly for Downita Hills.
It's a community well that's owned by the Water Authority, and the Water Authority is currently trying to connect it into its main system.
Oh,
Which
okay.
isn't done yet.
Do you get that?
Yeah.
So,
Have water hauled in at times. We don't have enough water, so.
right, does that sound like that will be a solution though for you? That once the Water Authority connects your community well to the main source that,
We don't have.
oh, you don't know how that would work out? So, sorry, I'm just like totally confused about the whole thing. So is there a pathway or anything else for this water to be connected to Google? There's not at all. Yeah, I just,
Nicole, is there a moratorium on water taps or anything in Downita Hills?
Yes, that's a good question. So every development that comes to us now will have to provide information on capacity. We've asked that for the land use hearings, and we're letting everyone know that any development that's in the pipeline that hasn't had a site plan approval, the Water Authority is making sure that they are keeping count of that at this period in time.
Oh, thank you. I think, Mr. Snyder, you, in this area, and I know you have some, pause to this situation, of course, but is there a chance of tabling this to take a look and talking to the citizens and making sure these citizens understand?
This easement is written and states that the easement is for the purposes of provision of water, sewer,
Oh, good,
customary
yeah.
public utilities for ingress and egress. I'm not interested in sewer, customary public utilities, or ingress and egress for this application. I'm absolutely interested in having a good conversation regarding water. So I'm either of the opinion that I'm going to make a motion to deny this,
and they just connect up at their.
or make a motion to table it such that the application can be amended. And I'm fine either way,
Okay.
but I'm not going to support the egress and ingress over a paper road.
Okay. I'll wait until we're done there.
Okay.
Yes, indeed. Is the-
Okay, thank you. Thank you, thank you. I'm sorry, I missed what Tim said.
I'll recap.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll reread.
Okay, thank you.
Easement for the purposes of provision of water, sewer, and customary public utilities for ingress and egress. The water, I'm absolutely interested in having further conversation on, but the sewer ingress and egress, I don't see a reason for that. I don't want that language in the easement, and so I'm prepared to make a motion to deny as a whole, let the applicant reapply with a different application and or table to a point in time where the application can be amended so that it is limited only to water and only for agricultural purposes.
No, okay, thank you. And do we have any kind of time frame about when the improvement to the community well may be made by the water authority?
Their permits have been filed and they're waiting on the last piece of that, which would be for the commission permit to come to you all next
Okay,
month.
so then we'll have some clarity.
They do need to bid. They will need to go out to bid, and they want to make sure that they have the approvals that they need to get their approved plans out to bid.
Okay, and so how long does something like that take characteristically?
I will get back to you with that. We had talked about it, but I don't have it committed to memory. A couple months.
Okay, couple months, you think?
Mhm.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Gary's pointing out you don't know how they're going to fit that into their construction schedule. So once they start it, maybe a couple months, but who knows?
And speaking with Mr. Arthur at the Water Authority, this is a high priority for them, and I know they would like to get it done.
Mm-hmm.
So any other further discussion from the board? I'll close the public hearing. Any other discussion from the board members? I do think that tabling this might be advantageous.
If we table, Mr. Lockaby, can the application be amended?
Absolutely. This isn't like a zoning application. It's a slightly different scenario. If you want to have a discussion with the applicant and we come back with an amended easement document, that's just fine.
Then I'll make a motion to table this application until August. At such time, we'll entertain an amended application for strictly the purposes of water in an agricultural setting.
I'll second that. Any discussion?
We have an estimated completion date from Western Virginia Water Authority whenever that new supply line would be installed.
I don't have it committed to memory, but I will get that to you all. I will reach back out and have that conversation.
Okay, is this too quick or?
No.
No?
No.
Okay.
Any other comments, discussions? We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And abstain. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Snyder. And we can go to board comments. Is there any board comments?
Have one. This is a heads up. It looks like we're going to try and have on the agenda for August, a discussion on zero-based budget. So we'll give you a heads up so that you can do your homework. And so whenever we have the comment section, you're all prepared. Thank you.
Any
Mr.
other
Chairman?
board comments?
Yeah, I have an announcement that I'd like to make. It seems we're in a cycle of historical markers, which is a good thing. But this coming Monday, June 29th, excuse me, at 8 a.m. A new historical marker will be unveiled celebrating the Trans-America Bicycle Trail, USBR 76. This will be in Amsterdam. This will be on Catawba Road. Come out and take a look at that. Event is tied to the 50th anniversary of Bike Centennial 76, the nation's upcoming 250th anniversary, with several speakers already confirmed for the cycling history and local community. Another great opportunity to share and revel in what Botetourt County does well. Thank you.
Any other board comments?
I just have a comment. So I have seen Mark Tyson's proposal for, kind of a substantive hearing on water. Like, what is the availability of water? What is the actual impact of Google? What is the construction of the, underpinnings of it? Where, is there any possibility of it affecting the wells of other people? I mean, really having an in-depth with some expertise to really let the public know and let us know what the real story is with water. It's just a huge issue for people. And I think we could alleviate that by getting some straightforward information about what the real situation is.
Okay. In any other members? If not, we'll reconvene at 6:00. Thank you.
This okay? Can you hear me? Hey, Brent, just checking. Can you hear me? Hello?
Information for his.
Okay, I'm unmuted right now.
Yeah, it's. Sorry, I'm just lounging around. Your microphone.
Everybody hear me? Thank you. So I'd like to call the meeting back to order for the land use session of this meeting. Due to an advertising issue with this project, the staff recommended that we have a joint meeting with the planning commission. So we'll have the privilege of having the planning commission with us this evening for a joint meeting with the board. The BOS and the Planning Commission have met on several occasions in the past and enjoy doing this when possible. Speaking for the BOS, we certainly appreciate the work with the Planning Commission to provide the technical reviews and recommendations to the Board of Supervisors of various projects that come through development process. Madam Chair Leffel, would you like to call the Planning Commission to order?
Thank you, Dr. Scott Horn. I do now call the Planning Commission meeting to order. And for those benefit in the audience, to my left is Mr. Sam Foster. To my right is Mr. Mark Tyson. Mr. Tim Lucas could not be here this evening, and I would like a motion from the Planning Commission for the consideration of Mr. Steve Hartman, Planning Commission, to join the Planning Commission meeting electronically from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, due to work business. Is there a second?
Yes.
Thank you. Seconded by Mr. Tyson. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Thank you. Motion carries. Mr. Watts, would you connect Mr. Hartman for us?
Okay. We're good?
Can you hear us, Steve?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So on behalf of the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors, I'd ask for the presentation of the One Energy project by staff.
All right. Good evening. My name is Matthew Lindsay, and I am here to present the One Energy Renewables application. For the record, I will go ahead and read the legal ad. So, Amsterdam District, William S. Emery, One Energy Renewable Verona Solar VA LLC, One Energy Development LLC, requests a commission permit in accordance with 15.2-2232 of the Virginia State Code and a special exception permit for a utility scale solar energy facility with possible conditions in the agricultural A1 use district. This 20.69 acre parcel is located on Catawba Road, Route 779, approximately 2.6 miles from the Catawba Road US 220 intersection with Catawba Road, Route 779, and identified on tax map as section 8711. As you can see here, the entirety of the site is zoned A1, that lighter green color. In terms of physical impact, the proposed development's footprint will utilize approximately 9.5 acres, or roughly 45% of the total acreage, leaving the remainder of the parcel undisturbed. As you can see here in this site plan, the solar array is located within the central part of that parcel. This will consist of roughly 3,800 solar panels with a maximum height of 20 feet, all of which will be secured behind a 6-foot fence. All equipment meets the requirements of the 150-foot setback. The applicant intends to operate the facility as a agrovoltaic project, meaning that this will combine solar generation with agricultural uses, like a bee apiary, native pollinator plantings, and potential livestock grazing. Once operational, traffic is expected to drop to 1 routine maintenance trip per month, and no permitted lighting is part of this development. In terms of environmental and floodplain, the applicant was required to submit a environmental impact study. The glint and glare study predicted 0 glare impacts on nearby roadways and properties. The environmental report noted the regional presence of the northern long-eared bat and Roanoke long perch, but concluded these had limited impact because a perimeter vegetative buffer would remain intact. Additionally, there is minimal portions, approximately 0.08 acres falls within the FEMA regulatory floodplain, which, as you can see, is the little portion there along the edge, so very little. In terms of VDOT, within the intersection there where the entrance to the site would be, 2023 VDOT study showed an average daily traffic volume of 23 3,200 vehicles on this section of Catawba Road. They also indicated 9 crashes within the vicinity since 2018, 4 of which have involved injuries. In terms of utilities, the property does not contain public water or sewer. Electrical service is provided by Appalachian Power by a overhead utility line which runs along Catawba Road. In terms of decommissioning, which is a very important process, they were required to submit professionally engineered documentation of the decommissioning plan. The applicant is required to completely remove facility at the end of its 40-year lifespan, which is backed by a financial surety bond posted to the county before operation begins. In terms of the future land use map, this area is designated for agricultural use, which focuses on preserving rural character. While utility scale solar isn't explicitly mapped in the comprehensive plan, the TEC generally advises keeping major developments away from steep slopes and prime farmland. Staff have also included 5 suggested conditions, which are listed here, which I'll go ahead and read for the record as well. So bear with me, it's a little bit lengthy. The proposed development shall be constructed in substantial conformance with the concept site plan entitled Verona Solar VA LLC, completed by Timmons Group. The second one is prior to the issuance of the first building permit, the proposed development shall include a construction management plan that details traffic control requirements, limits on hours of construction, limits on lighting associated with construction, mitigation of dust and burning operations, and plans for staging and storage of materials. The construction management plan shall be submitted in addition to the site plan as part of the required technical review. The third is prior to the issuance of the first building permit, the applicant shall coordinate with the chief of Botetourt Fire EMS to provide information satisfactory to the chief to develop an emergency operations plan that contains at minimum guidance and pertinent information regarding the roles, responsibilities, and chain of communication and command of the system owners / operators, property owners, and other required subject matter experts for preparing for and safety responding to a fire, explosion, or other incidents required a public safety response at the solar energy facility. During the operating life of the facility, it is expected that this document shall be reviewed annually with all pertinent information updated as required. Training will also be provided as part of the plan and provided at a frequency determined by the chief of fire and EMS and or as the plan is updated. The SCP approval shall not exempt the use from meeting the requirements of the Botetourt County noise ordinance, and all other specifications and general provisions shall be met as required by the Botetourt County zoning ordinance, and in no instance shall the zoning condition exempt a project from any local, state, or federal development requirements except where allowed by the zoning ordinance. So that is all that I have from you. I'm happy to answer any questions any of you may have. The applicant is here and does have a presentation. If you would like them to go ahead and do that presentation, I'd be more than happy, or I can go ahead and answer questions if you have any.
Thank you for your presentation. I think I just want to do a quick check with Mr. Hartman. Are you still able to hear us?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I would hereby like to open the Planning Commission public hearing on One Energy.
I have a question.
I'm sorry, I didn't see Mr. Tyson raise his hand. Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Last month, the Board of Supervisors asked that or directed that the Planning Department and the Planning Commission review and reconsider the text amendment regarding solar.
Yes, sir.
And also to address solar in the comprehensive plan. Specific language was actually included in a revision of the text amendment that addressed solar facilities on prime farmland.
Yes, sir.
Where does that stand now exactly?
So we are actively in the process of having that addressed. We are working with Berkeley Group to work through the revisions to that text.
But how, are we months and months away? Are we
No, sir.
weeks away?
So if I remember correctly, in the resolution that was adopted, we had 100 days to have that taken care of and for y'all to send it to the Board of Supervisors. So it is actively in the process.
Thank you. We
Absolutely.
need to stick to this agenda item. Did you have questions about the application?
No.
Okay. I don't think we need the applicant to come forward. I'd like to open the public hearing, please, for the Planning Commission.
Any questions to the board? you may have.
No, thank you.
If not, I hereby open up.
Do we have anybody signed up to speak?
We have two people signed up to speak. The first one is Catherine Haddam, and after that, we have Tom Williamson.
Hi, friends. I really hate that I'm going first, frankly, because I know that there are people here that are farmers and solar experts that have way more experience than I do. What I am here to say is, as a resident and a community member, in theory, I'm in favor of solar and green energy. However, given our concerns in our county about transparency, full information being granted, the speed at which things are being processed without public oversight, I am concerned that 115 plus pages was dropped on Friday, and we're having a huge meeting about this tonight. I would highly recommend that the Planning Commission, as well as the Board of Supervisors and any interested parties, take their time with this to figure it out. Because we have so many sites in our county that we could put solar panels over. And I am wondering why we aren't doing it there instead of over arable farmland. And I think that we all know the answer, because it's more expensive. I get that. I also understand that you guys have the burden of getting things done quickly in this county, but at the same point, like I said about our transparency and our due diligence that has been sadly lacking, the community wants to make sure that this is going to benefit people, the local agriculture, and not Google, and make sure that we are maintaining the integrity of our county and that we're using real green energy that isn't going to hurt people, leak chemicals, etc. Now, this is not me saying that any of the proposals on the table would do that, but we all know that there have been cases where people have done energy projects that are irresponsible. So what I would ask and caution is that we take our time and due diligence with this like you didn't do with other things. There are going to be tons of people here who have more expertise than I. I hope that you listen to the local farmers because they're part of our economy too, and they have been for far longer. Like I said, I'm in favor of green energy wherever we can use it. I think we should have some on the roof of this building, for instance, on the drive. Other communities, other countries are doing this smart. We should do it smart. We should do it safely. We should take our time. Thank you.
And the only other person signed up is Tom Williamson.
Good evening. I'm Tom Williamson. I'm a lifelong resident of this county in the Fincastle District. So I'm a crop, soil, and environmental scientist that studied at Virginia Tech. I've since returned after my studies there to run a successful farming operation here in the county. So you guys may recall at the last Planning Commission meeting regarding solar, I brought in a rather large booklet of hundreds of pages of peer-reviewed documents opposing industrial solar. There's a pile of concerns that have to be addressed that haven't been addressed. This is really a new technology we should not be getting into. We should not be making Botetourt County the guinea pig for some industrial solar facility. So this proposed industrial facility here on Catawba is proposed to be placed on land that the Natural Resource Conservation Office, NRCS, federal government, has already said is highly erodible. It has already had this determination made. That means the soil, it's a very sensitive type of soil. It's very difficult to farm. You can farm it very well, but you must be very careful. But really, it should be farmed carefully. It'd be put into conservation to prevent runoff, mudslides, and other events from happening. The rain from solar panels, when it comes off in sheets. I mean, essentially, you're adding a pile of roof space to this area. When that happens, it drips off the panels and frames and it creates major erosion issues that would go into Tinker Creek. Now, I also like to point out Botetourt County Code, Section 2574 states maximum 15% lot coverage is allowed for conventional development on the A1 lot. I didn't do the math here on it, but that's probably going to be more than that with the solar panels. Also, I'd also like to point out there's a state government, or Virginia state government has passed new laws that would allow battery storage by right. In other words, if you put in a solar farm, they just come around and slap batteries on it, right? So this industrial center is proposed to be located right behind a bunch of houses in close proximity to the Appalachian Trail, which is a major part of our Botetourt County's identity. So I'll leave you with a hypothetical question. What happens if a child from one of those houses hits a baseball, golf ball from the backyard and it flies into this high voltage facility and breaks a panel or worse? Now is this child going to be marked a vandal? They have to pay for this? I mean, this is an agricultural area. It's not an industrial area. Look, there's a reason we have zoning. After all, we wouldn't place something like a liquor store next to a preschool. It's common sense to vote no on this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Has there been anyone else signed up to speak? I would like to ask the applicants to come forth and give their presentation, please. Thank you.
Hello. All right, good evening all. My name is Alyssa Miller, and I am here on behalf of One Energy Renewables to present on the potential Vernonia solar project. I am joined tonight by my colleague Annie Wagner, as well as legal counsel John Puvak, and engineering expert and environmental expert Jillian Stickley, should you have any more technical questions that they should be better suited to answer. As we are all well aware tonight, we are here to discuss the special use permit and commission permit request for the Vernonia solar project. This is in accordance with section 25-447 of the Botetourt County Code, as we are requesting a special exception permit to construct a utility scale solar project in the A1 zoning district. Before we begin, I wanted to introduce our company just a little bit. As I mentioned, I am here on behalf of One Energy Renewables. One Energy Renewables is an independent solar developer of both community and utility scale solar projects. We've been active since 2009, and we have offices in Maryland, where I'm located, Madison, Seattle, and Boulder. We have over 100 operating projects. So we have a pretty good track record, producing nearly 1,000 megawatts of clean energy and hundreds of construction jobs. And as you can see, some of our wonderful partners have included hospitals, universities, the National Aquarium, farm cooperatives, and utility companies. So the site that we are discussing tonight is located along Catawba Road. This is about an 8-minute drive from here. It's located just west of US 220 in the Troutville area. Other items you might recognize to orient yourself would be the Greenfield Recreation Center and the elementary school on this map. So an important question that I want to answer that many people often ask is, how do you pick a site for a solar project? When you look at the map of the county, it might appear that there are many or perhaps other more suitable sites for solar development. But in reality, there are a number of boxes that we have to check when we're defining or determining whether or not a site is suitable for solar. First and foremost, we have to identify an interested landowner. In this case, it's Mr. Bill Emery, who has entered into a lease agreement with our company for a 30 to 40-year term lease for a solar project. We're also looking for a large unobstructed area. This is a relatively flat or clear piece of land, and in many cases, this is why farmland is often seen as suitable for solar development. We need to be proximate to electrical infrastructure. In this case, it is the overhead utility line located along Catawba Road, allowing us to safely interconnect into Appalachian Power's system. And finally, the item that we are here tonight for is the pathway to permit, which in this case is a special exception permit. As outlined in our application and demonstrated through the staff report this evening, this project meets all the requirements that are currently outlined in section 24-447, which is the current existing solar ordinance of the county. In addition to complying with the ordinance, this project also supports the goals outlined in Envision Botetourt, or Botetourt 2045, which is the comprehensive plan. And it does this by supporting responsible land stewardship and promoting sustainable initiatives and infrastructure here in the county. So I wanted to point out three elements in which the project does actually align with the comprehensive plan. These are the goals and objectives that are listed within the comprehensive plan. And for the purpose of tonight's meeting and the interest of time, I'm going to talk about 3 of them: natural environment, land use, and community services and facilities. So Vernonia Solar does support the county's vision for protecting and enhancing the natural environment. As you'll see in our site plan, which I will walk you through, this features a robust landscaping plan. We are planning to enhance existing woodlands and preserve waterways. As you'll see on the site plan, our project is located proximate to Tinker Creek. We are planning to dedicate nearly 20 acres to pollinator habitat, which is in compliance with the Virginia Smart Pollinator Program. This is a program that was created by the Virginia Department, of Environmental Quality in conjunction with the U.S. Department of Agriculture to ensure that we are planting native pollinator species across the site. The project will also improve soil health. We do this by planting grass seed mixes, curated seed mixes that will establish deep roots to help stabilize topsoil. And during the life of the project, we actually allow the soil to rest from row cropping, and then we utilize sheep grazing on site to help cycle through nutrients by introducing new organic matter to the property as well. And when we have this curated seed mix of beautiful pollinator habitats, grasses, flowers, we actually boost biodiversity, and that provides that vital habitat for local pollinators, which are crucial to our food systems. So now I would like to walk us through the site plan. If you are coming through the site, our parcel actually includes that driveway all along Catawba Road. Internally, we've been sort of describing this site almost like a fist with its finger pointed out. So you travel down this long driveway and it opens up to this wider portion of the parcel. Because of this wide driveway, the project is also offset from the main road, meaning there's no visibility onto the project from anybody driving along Catawba Road. Then once you enter the site, the actual panels themselves are squeezed in towards the middle of the site. As mentioned in the staff report, this parcel is approximately 21 acres, but the panels themselves only cover about 9 acres. So it's less than half of the actual parcel is being used for the solar project. And that is because the project does adhere to the strict setbacks of being 150 feet from the property lines. So the project is at least 150 feet from any of the homes surrounding the project. You'll see that the light green and the dark green highlight around the project is the proposed vegetative buffer. The green is the existing tree line that we will preserve, as we do not intend to remove any trees. And the green line will be new trees that we will introduce into the site plan and also fill that gap that you'll see between the trees and the homes along Catawba Road. To get a little bit more into the vegetative ground cover, which is a key part of this project, as I mentioned, the project will include a vegetative buffer. This will consist of 2 rows of staggered evergreens. This helps create that visual buffer, preventing any from being able to see the project or minimizing the view onto the project from anybody in the homes around the project. The plants on the project shall be non-invasive pollinator-friendly pollinator-friendly plants. Underneath the panels themselves, we'll introduce a solar farm seed mix, something that the sheep will enjoy. This will be a low-growing plant, something that will not shade the panels. But then around the panels is where we'll plant some of the more attractive prairie grasses that you can see in the picture in the top right. The next item, which is a key component of the comprehensive plan, is responsible land use. So the project encourages economic investment without altering Botetourt's rural character. And it does this by providing long-term stable tax revenue without requiring any costly public services like expanded sewer lines or water lines. The great thing about solar is the one thing it needs is sunshine, which is free. Doesn't need any sewer, doesn't need any water, doesn't need those services provided by the county. And the other important thing that this project will do for the community is that it directly addresses critical need for more energy. As we know, we are living in a time where Virginia's broader energy demands are increasing. It's escalating rapidly, and potentially so are costs. And we are living in a time when we need electricity now more than ever. And that is what this project intends to bring, locally produced power. The project is a temporary and low impact use in that It serves a dual use purpose. It will generate electricity, local domestic energy, but it also will combine agricultural practices on site, which I'll get to in just a little bit. This project also prevents sprawl because it isn't permanent. At the end of 30 to 40 years, once the project is safely and responsibly decommissioned, the land can be returned to farming. So it prevents the development of more permanent or obtrusive types of development, whether that's housing or commercial, etc. And finally, the project operates passively. Nobody is needed on site to manage the project. Nobody is coming out day to day to look at the project, and it effectively generates no traffic after it's constructed. And the final item that I want to touch on is Vernonia Solar and how it contributes to the county's desire to enhance community services. And one way in which this project will do this is by being a part of Appalachian Power's shared solar program. And this program, which I'm sure you have all heard about by now, is a program that allows community members to receive between 10 and 20% savings on their electric bill. And in addition to providing savings for those who choose to subscribe to the project, this project will also enrich a local network of agricultural producers like livestock raisers and beekeepers and keep those agribusiness dollars within the region. So now I want to talk a little bit about agrivoltaics. Agrivoltaics is the term that we use in the industry to describe something that is used for both solar energy production and farming or agriculture, hence agrivoltaics. Here's a picture from one of our projects of sheep that are grazing our site. The wonderful thing about using sheep to graze on site is it mostly removes the need for any sort of mechanical mower, and it's a great way to employ a local grazer. Plus, they're also cute and fun to watch. It's my favorite type of lawnmower, is a sheep on the solar project. Here's another great thing about sheep. It's a all-weather kind of service. This is another project of ours located in Wisconsin, where we have sheep grazing really all year round on the site, which is wonderful. And here is a beautiful collage of flowers from, again, these are all sites that One Energy has worked on. Black-eyed Susan, lanceleaf, lupine, bergamot, swallowtail butterflies. These are all pollinators that are brought to the site because of the curated specialized grass mixes, prairie grasses that we choose to include on and around our panels. A little bit more on beekeeping and sheep grazing and why it's so important that we keep this project in continued agricultural use. We're excited to share that for the purpose of the Vernonia Solar Project, we have entered into letters of intent with both a beekeeper and a sheep grazer. So we have found two individuals who are interested in helping us keep the site in agricultural production, which is wonderful. And it's really exciting that we're able to find partners who are well-respected, educated, eager, and excited about the possibility of this project. Our hope is we can establish local honey production on site, we can increase pollinator health, and we can provide grazing habitat for sheep as well. And in addition to making the project more attractive and keeping it in agricultural production, it helps to provide a reliable source of income to those Virginia agricultural businesses. A little bit more on sheep grazing and bees. Both of these vendors have shared with me that they are interested in hosting field trips or day trips to the site for anybody wanting to learn more about solar and agriculture and how they interact together. Both of them have participated in mentorship opportunities with local 4-H programs or other young individuals who are interested in learning more about beekeeping or sheep grazing. And it's a great way for the community to be able to provide hands-on experience for anybody who's looking to learn more about either of these businesses. Here are a few pictures from our community engagement meeting. I believe I saw some similar or the same faces in the room here tonight. We held this meeting back in March at the Blue Ridge Library. We actually also hosted, you can maybe see on the picture in the top right, a couple jars of honey. That honey comes directly from one of our solar projects, and we invited community members to try the honey. And that's something that hopefully we hope we can do here as well. As someone who does not live in Virginia, but cares very deeply about the communities in which we develop projects, opportunities to meet with community members is something that I really value. And I appreciate every neighbor who took the time to come to our meeting, ask me questions, share their concerns. But something that I was really excited to share with these neighbors and that I've already touched on again tonight is the shared solar program. As I mentioned, this project will be applying for capacity in Virginia's shared solar program. It allows APCO customers to subscribe to the project. This means that someone can see the benefits of solar, meaning clean, renewable energy, locally produced energy, without having to install their own solar panels. Many people can't install their own solar panels, whether they are renters or live in a condo, or their roof is shaded, or their house faces the wrong direction. For whatever reason, they can't install their own rooftop systems. This allows them to have the benefit of solar energy should they desire to. And as I mentioned before, we expect that people who subscribe to the project can see approximately 10 to 20% savings on their electric bill. And my electric bill is always going up. So I think that this is exciting. We like to say that solar is a good, quiet neighbor. And again, I want to reiterate what I mean by a good and quiet neighbor, or in other words, why this site works. As I mentioned, this site will generate no traffic. There's zero perceptible sound. Unlike other traditional types of development, solar isn't bringing any traffic to site. It's not typically requiring a new stoplight to be put in. There's no employees working shifts on site, and it operates completely silently. And in fact, it only operates during the day because it needs the sun. Once it's built, it generates no perceptible noise beyond the property line. As I mentioned before, this project will preserve the rural and agricultural character of the county, and will do this by introducing that agrivoltaics. Again, that is the dual use of the project, or excuse me, of the site, for both energy production as well as agricultural services like sheep grazing. This project has a low profile and natural screening. The actual footprint of the project is less than half of the parcel. I believe it's actually around 48%. So the majority of the land is still largely undisturbed, or it's not being used for a panel. The layout utilizes natural buffers, new buffers. We're introducing grasses that will help stabilize the soil, increase the soil quality, help water filtration, all while protecting neighbors from views of the project. And finally, there's no strain on county infrastructure. The project requires essentially zero county services: no public water, no sewer, no added burden on local schools, all while still contributing to the local tax base. So like any good neighbor, it pays its taxes, but it doesn't do much else. And finally, I wanted to share how this project aligns with statewide solar legislation. As the Board and Planning Commission are aware, there is statewide solar legislation that was recently passed. This project is in compliance with the Virginia Clean Economy Act, in that it will help the Commonwealth meet aggressive clean energy milestones through passive, low-impact infrastructure while keeping the energy production localized. It helps a state mandate or a state goal, but by providing power here in the county. Finally, the project is designed to sustain agricultural productivity. Very recently, the state has issued a formal definition of agrivoltaics, and this project will meet that formal definition of supporting agriculture at the same time as producing energy. And finally, the project is in compliance with newly enacted 2026 statewide standards regarding setbacks, fencing, and panel heights. So that is what I have for the purpose of my presentation, but I'm happy to answer any questions that the board may have, Planning Commission may have. As I mentioned, I have some experts with me in the room, an attorney and engineering expert, which I am not, but they are also happy to answer those questions. So thank you for your time, your attention, and your consideration this evening.
Thank you. So procedurally, first need to close the public hearing, and
I'll close our public hearing.
thank you. Now I would like to ask if, and this would pertain to questions for you, if the Planning Commission members have any questions for the applicant. And Mr. Hartman, I'm going to give you the opportunity to go first if you would like, so you don't have to try to speak over us.
Okay, thank you. So, Alyssa, those pictures that you provided, are they all currently owned by One Energy that you showed us?
Not all of the pictures are projects that are currently owned by One Energy, but they are projects that were developed by One Energy.
Is that, are the panels viewable by the Appalachian Trail if you were hiking on that trail?
We performed a series of visual analyses that was requested by the Appalachian Trail Conservancy. They provided us with a number of points, and from those points, the project is visible from one point along the trail. So yes, to answer your question, it is visible from a point on the Appalachian Trail, but as far as the greater points that the Appalachian Trail asked us to review and determine whether or not it was visible, it did come back that it was viewable from one.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hartman. Mr. Foster, do you have?
I just have one question, and it's come up on several occasions about the runoff from the actual solar panels and the chemicals in that. Do you have any information on that?
Sure. So we're commonly asked about the components of the solar panels themselves. A solar panel does not leach, it does not leak, it is not porous at all. The way I like to try to share with people that solar panels are safe is we put them on schools, we put them on libraries. The components that are within a solar panel are the same components in your microwave, your television, your computer, appliances and devices that you interact with daily. And again, this is a highly weather rated, insured piece of equipment. So it is not dangerous, doesn't have any forever chemicals. As far as concerns with erosion or any sort of water on site, we are required by the state to submit an extremely detailed stormwater plan, erosion and sediment control plan to make sure that we are doing any sort of, best in practice mitigation efforts to ensure that there is no disruption to the soil, no disruption to any water quality on site. And in many cases, once the project is developed and the grass and vegetative habitat has been introduced, we find that in many cases, the soil is actually in better quality than it was before.
Mr. Tyson, do you have comments or questions before?
Yes.
And then I'll have questions.
I do. Thank you for your presentation, by the way. You said that solar was a good and quiet neighbor. What distinguishes Botetourt County is we have not yet had one solar facility built yet. But I look at other counties that have embraced solar in a very big way. And rather than be very, very happy and allow more solar facilities, they're actually retreating, going the other way. They're unhappy with their solar facilities. And that begs the question, why? Why? If it's such a good and quiet neighbor with all the attributes that you've indicated, why are other communities like Bedford County as an example? Campbell County is having tremendous problems. All right. You say there won't be soil erosion. Well, they're seeing a lot of soil erosion. They're seeing a lot of contamination. So that's a major concern of ours. That's one of the reasons why we're looking at our text amendments regarding solar. And our comprehensive plan does not embrace solar. It doesn't embrace the question of solar, yet solar can be a very transformative issue for the county. We have 89,500 acres of agricultural land. You'd indicated that on this development, on the 9.5 acres, which would be about half of the total land, you'd put 3,800 panels. That averages about 400 panels per acre, about the commission. You'd indicated that after construction, there would only be one visit per month to this facility. Yet you're also saying that there would be agrivoltaic activity on this property. Surely that would require more than one visit per month, and yet you're saying it'll only have one visit per month. So that's a contradiction. But I'm looking at the decommissioning, and you also made a comment that over time, the land would actually improve. It seems from everything that I have studied that the longer a solar facility operates, the quality of land decreases, significantly decreases. So when you decommission a facility, now this proposal is for between 30 and 40 years. Other proposals that have been submitted to us range between 15 and 20 years. So this is twice the amount of time. And so a lot changes in a 40-year period. Ownership of companies changes. Companies get bought out, they get consolidated, and every time they do, the economic costs become more and more acute. Trade-offs are made in how to make that facility more economically feasible. And so what's envisioned on the front end often goes by the wayside over time. So when I look at putting us out 30 years from now, 40 years from now, and then decommissioning it, how it's decommissioned is very vague. When it stops operating for 12 months, then that would constitute decommissioning. Well, it's not going to look very good after 12 months, right? Exactly who makes the determination of decommissioning? And then the calculations as far as cost to reconstruct, to decommission, take everything away and restore the property. Restoring a property goes much further than just removing the solar panels. It's to restore the full integrity of the farmland. Now, this is good farmland. Part of it is prime farmland, not all of it, but part of it is in prime farmland. So it could very well be that at the end of this 30, 40-year period, contaminations are found in that soil that require a tremendous amount of cost to restore that property. And yet the amount that is suggested to be put in trust for that decommissioning is a very, very small amount of money. It would actually be much more logical, financially logical for whoever owns this enterprise at that time to just walk away. Just walk away. And just leave the matter to be addressed by who? Well, by the people of the county, because it wasn't facilitated financially adequately. So that's my greatest concern. All right. So any comments that you can make to that regard would be appreciated.
Yeah, you hit a number of wonderful points. Jotted down a few notes. Something that I did want to hit on, you mentioned the number of acres of agricultural land in the county, and you don't want to see all of this land lost. I just want to reiterate that the agricultural land isn't technically lost, and that's because it is a temporary use. And I believe there is language within the decommissioning bond saying that the land will be restored to the extent where it can again be farmed. Another point that is important to mention is that we are seeking a discretionary permit. The county has done an incredible job of establishing an extremely sophisticated and detailed solar ordinance, which gives an applicant the right to apply for a special exception permit in many zones, meaning it isn't by right. So the decision to approve the project ultimately still belongs to the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors. So the concern of all farmland disappearing, ultimately the ability to decide what farmland can or cannot be used for a solar project, that right still remains with the board, but that's why we are seeking that permit. Trying to think, sorry, another question you asked. As far as, again, the decommissioning bond, we put that in place so that the county doesn't have that burden. That, again, it's a financial instrument to show in good faith that we or whoever owns the project will be covering the cost of decommissioning, or if they don't, that the county has the money in order to do so. I believe that there is also language saying that that amount has to be reassessed every number of years, and that is to account for someone re-reviewing the site and saying, maybe this wasn't enough the first time around, and increasing the amount accordingly. So that is something that, if that's a concern of the county, we hope that, that can be remedied by the fact that that dollar amount is reanalyzed.
Thank you. Mr. Lindsay, would you mind stepping to a microphone and confirming the information that was presented in the packet on the decommissioning and the bond revenue?
What was the exact question?
If you could just verify that Mr. Tyson's question about the decommissioning plan that was presented in the package and language that explained that they will indeed update the financial obligation at the end of commissioning.
Yes.
To address Mr. Tyson.
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay.
May I add something?
Sure.
Yeah. So if the land is found to be contaminated at the end of this period, you're looking at millions of dollars for reconstruction to bring it totally back, but the money isn't there. So where is it going to come from? Who's going to provide it? I mean, that's assuming there isn't contamination. It's not much of a restoration. You just have to take things away and everything is fine. But if it's not fine, then what happens? Where does the money come from? The people of the county going to have to pay for it, or the land will not be restored?
I think we have an expert coming down to address that. We're phoning a friend, I think.
Sorry, don't want to take a header down the stairs. John Puvak, I'm a land use attorney that's working with One Energy. I'll address a couple of points, but specific to that point, the financial incentive is exactly for the situation you're discussing. If everyone just says, we'll walk away, then that financial incentive is there, the bond, cash, escrow, whatever it might be, so the job can get done. So if there's an economic decision to be made, then that's what happens. As Ms. Miller said, there's a lease in place with the landowner, and then obligations to the landowner. That's a private contract, right? So One Energy has made certain representations about the landowner that they won't, for example, create any environmental hazards in the property. If they do, that's a private contract, right? So it's really not the county's interest there. It's the private party's interest. And again, if that issue's there, landowner is going to assert rights against One Energy or whoever a successor might be. If we're talking about the decommissioning bond, that's the assurance that if everything goes wrong, that you have a third party, bank, irrevocable letter of credit to draw on that, to hire a contractor and remove everything. So that's the real doomsday scenario. And that's why the bond's there. This is the only land use that I know of. I've been doing solar for 10 years that has money in the bank to remove it. Someone builds a school, someone builds an apartment complex, puts up a billboard. No one bonds those, right? You bond public improvements, but you don't put a cash bond or an escrow out there to remove it. So that's the protection there. While I'm here, I want to address one other concern you had about buyer's remorse from some other counties. As Ms. Miller said, Botetourt has put in a robust solar ordinance. Some of those earlier projects were developed without ordinances, without setback requirements. And those are some of the things you hear about from other counties in terms of robust and the stormwater regulations. You know, we have someone from Timmins here. The state keeps ratcheting up the stormwater requirements. So you've got the golden equation about has to be no more runoff than was before, but now solar projects are being treated as impervious. So you have to do that much more retention on site and handle stormwater. So some of the things you're hearing about in Campbell County and Bedford are those earlier projects where those controls really weren't in place. So again, Botetourt County's put those controls in place, and this project meets every one of those requirements.
Thank you. I have one little question that hasn't already been asked, and it's regarding removal of topsoil. In the construction of your projects, do you remove topsoil?
We do, but it is either stored on site or off site. And after the panels are placed, or after the racking system is in place, the topsoil is returned to the site because it's important for those nutrients to establish that ground cover and for the overall soil health of the property.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? Mr. Hartman, do you have any other questions?
No, I don't.
Okay. You guys, thank you for your presentation. You can, I think you can be seated. I would just like to say I appreciate that you did present us with a well-thought plan. I feel like you addressed a lot of concerns that I personally have had up to date about some of the agricultural components of these projects. I think the pros you presented were really good ideas for preserving the land from like a smalling subdivision. My concern, I think, may have been voiced with some others here, is that the potential cons, I think our comprehensive plan doesn't exactly address it yet, and we do need to think about that prior to approving a project of this scope. That's sort of my final comment. If you guys have a final comment before the vote.
Mine is the same in terms of needing some additional guidelines on where solar should go. I'm not opposed to solar at all, but I do think we need some guidelines as to where it should be and how close it should be to, for example, a subdivision. But I also think that, I just have to say this, that we want to keep Botetourt green, but we are not supporting our farmers in that way, particularly when they get to the point, what happens to a property when somebody retires and they don't have children to take it over? Is the county going to say you can't use it for something other than farming? We haven't done that in the past. And I'm concerned if we go that route, we're going to have a lot of people quit farming and the land will go to something else. It may not be solar, but if you want more houses, there they are. That's just an off comment I wanted to make. But again, I think we need better guidelines for a project like this.
Thank you, Mr. Roster. Do you have anything?
Well, I think that's why the comprehensive plan needs to envision how solar is going to potentially affect this county. So let me just read what I have put some thoughts of mine in writing. The proliferation of thousands upon thousands of solar panels, potentially increasing to hundreds of thousands, if not millions of solar panels blanketed across the majestic landscape of pristine agricultural farmland, which defines Botetourt County, is currently against our comprehensive plan, and thus no such additional solar installation should be approved until the county concludes related changes to zoning text amendments which are currently underway and an overall solar position is established and implemented in the county's comprehensive plan. Thus, I move.
Hold on a moment.
All right.
Mr. Hartman, do you have any final comments before I call for the motion?
Yeah, I think I'm unsure that comprehensive plan meets the guidelines also. And it really does bother me that the site of the Appalachian Trail hikers would see that coming into Botetourt County. But that's my comments.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion now on the commission permit?
I'd like to make a motion to deny this request at this time.
I'll second that.
Tyson, okay, I just want to clarify that your motion is in regard to the commission permit. You would like to deny the request for a commission permit?
I'm sorry. I don't have my glasses, so that's pretty fuzzy up there.
I mean, you can just say yes. You're talking about the commission permit.
Yes.
Okay. There's a motion that the commission permit be forwarded to the Board of Supervisors with a recommendation to deny based on the comprehensive plan and purposes of the zoning ordinances. The recommendation is made based on the requirements of Article 5, Division 5 of the zoning ordinance. Is that right? Motion made by Mr. Tyson.
Yes.
And seconded by Mr. Hartman. Is that
Yes.
correct? Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Thank you. Motion carries unanimously. Mr. Dr. Scott Horn, would you all like to vote motion by motion, or do you want to wait till we do both?
We can go ahead with the commission permit. Any discussion, first of all, from the board? No discussion. Do I have a motion on the commission permit?
I move to deny.
Thank you.
There's a denial. Do I have a second? There's a second. Any further discussion? All in favor in denying, say aye. Aye. All opposed and abstain. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, from the Planning Commission, I need a motion on the special exception permit. Is there a motion to approve or deny?
I make a motion to deny.
Okay. Mr. Tyson denies a special exception permit. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Foster. All in favor? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Hartman, you said aye, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. And to our Board of Supervisors, do I hear a motion for the special exception permit?
I move to deny the special exception permit.
Second. We have a motion to deny and seconded nicely. Any discussion? If none, all in favor of denying, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed and abstained. Thank you. And the other thing I would like to thank all involved, as I especially appreciate the Planning Commission and their efforts and staff to get this project heard in a timely manner. Now, I am not sure if you want to close your meeting.
I need a motion from the Planning Commission to please adjourn until 5 p.m. on July 13th, 2026 for a field review followed by the Planning Commission meeting. Thank you, Mr. Tyson, seconded by Mr. Foster. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Mr. Hartman, that was an aye, correct?
That's correct. Sorry.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously. Yes, Mr. McCoy has something.
Not on the agenda last minute. I do want to call attention that we have an employee that is retiring. I don't want to draw a lot of attention to her because she doesn't like a lot of attention to be given. But since we have members of the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors here, I just would like to recognize Miss Laura Goads' 25 years of service to this county. Well, thank you. And she's probably going to kill me now. But I do want to just say that it's been an honor working with Laura. I came in many years her junior in this field of work, and we've developed a fantastic working relationship. And it's just a testament to her openness to working with a variety of people and just all the values that Botetourt hopes to instill in Virginia. So I appreciate that. Thank you again, Laura. And that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you again. If we could move on to C, which is Valley District. And the RYT LSE requests a special exception permits for convenience store. That would also include service station electronic messaging board.
Hi, y'all. Yes, that is correct. All right. Good evening, members of the board. Tonight I'm presenting a request for 3 separate special exception permits for a convenience store, a service station, and 2 LED signs for RYT LLC. I'll begin by reading the advertisement into the record. Valley District RYT LLC requests a special exception permit for a convenience store, a service station, and electronic message board all with possible conditions in the Business B1 zoning district, the Business B3 zoning district, and the Industrial M1 zoning district located within the Gateway Crossing Overlay District. These properties are located at and adjacent to 2780 and 2728 Lee Highway, also known as US Route 11 and Cloverdale Road, US Alt 220 intersection, and identified on tax maps as 101-175B, 101-176, and 101-175D. All right, so I'll move on to the existing conditions. So the proposed development is located on 3 parcels found at the intersection of Lee Highway and Cloverdale Road. 2 parcels, 101-176 and 101-175B are currently developed parcels, and parcel 101-175B features a vacant former financial institution with direct access to Lee Highway and additional access to a commercial driveway parallel to 101-175A. Parcel 101-176 features an automotive towing shop. Prior to 2015, this parcel also featured gas pumps. A 2018 VDOT project added a sidewalk to the frontage of this property, but it does not extend onto parcel 101-175B. The third parcel, which is undeveloped, is a wooded property and currently has no access to Cloverdale Road, which it abuts. There is a large non-conforming freestanding sign located on this parcel. The property slopes to the rear but has been graded to level the surface to accommodate existing commercial uses. So here you can see the existing towing shop and the rest of the site there, and the vacant financial institution. So this is the conceptual site plan. So the store is supposed to be about 6,400 square feet for the convenience store with 8 fueling pumps. The applicant also proposes a roughly 1,750 square foot service station on the southern portion of the property. The proposed convenience store includes a drive-through on the eastern side of the building. This is consistent with the Gateway Crossing Overlay requirements, which prohibits drive-through facilities between the building and public right-of-way. Fueling pumps are proposed between the convenience store and Cloverdale Road, with underground fueling tanks being located between that canopy and the property line. This site is not designed for, nor would the zoning ordinance allow the dispensing of high-flow diesel for larger commercial vehicles. In terms of access, the proposal includes the closure of the 2 current access points along US 11 and the addition of 1 access point on the frontage along Cloverdale Road. The new access on Cloverdale Road is shown with a 100-foot taper, which will be a right-in, right-out access, meaning traffic may only enter and exit onto Cloverdale Road southbound. Traffic headed to I-81 from this access will proceed to the Gateway Crossing Boulevard to use the interstate. There are no proposed changes to the existing access to the private access drive on the southern side of the site. Structures are located centrally in each parcel, as shown in the site plan, with traffic circulating around the structures. Parking is largely located around the perimeter of the site, with some parking directly abutting the convenience store use. The conceptual site plan states 45 parking spots are proposed for the convenience store and 10 are proposed for the service station. The Gateway Crossing Overlay requires new development to place sidewalks along the public right-of-ways. The proposal depicts a new sidewalk extending the length of the frontage of the development on US Route 11, extending along the intersection with Cloverdale Road and continuing onto the site itself. They're not depicted on this conceptual site plan. The zoning ordinance Also requires a permanent anchored bicycle rack to be installed within 200 feet of the public entrance. So these are the building elevations. As you can see, the front, back, and sides. So this is showing the fuel canopies and the trash compounds. Just let you look at that for a second. So this is the proposed monument sign that they are applying for the SEP for the LED for. I'll let y'all look at that for a second. So one thing to get onto is traffic conditions. So Lee Highway and Route 220 is identified on the high injury network with 4 severe crashes over 9 years. Dozens of other crashes have occurred in that time frame. The applicant prepared a traffic impact analysis as required by state code for any use that would create traffic over 5,000 per day. And it explored the impacts to level of service. The current level of service is a C in the AM peak and a D in the PM peak. The future level of service with this development suggests a D in the AM peak and maintaining a D in the PM peak. VDOT materials state that in many urbanized areas, a D is considered acceptable, though VDOT guidance generally distinguishes urban transportation operations from rural context. So this is just a map made by one of our planners, Mr. Lindsay, and it's showing the existing convenience stores in the county. There's also a zoomed in view just showing Daleville, and 6 currently exist with 1 being under active construction. So our comprehensive plan, these parcels are found within the mixed use highway commercial future land use category as identified in Chapter 7 land use. The mixed use highway commercial future land use category envisions a highway oriented service district with uses such as hospitality, lodging, retail, and service stations. Mobility needs are largely served by automobiles designed around the major arterial and collector roadways, and primary uses include auto-oriented businesses such as fuel stations, restaurants, hotels. The Gateway Crossing Area Plan, adopted as an appendix to the Envision Botetourt 2045, also recognizes this area as suitable for highway-oriented uses. This development is in line with future land use goals of the comprehensive plan. Oh, oops. Sorry about that. At this time, we have received 2 public comments, one from Sandra Tunnel, who was in opposition to this request, and another comment from an adjacent property owner, Martlet Group Properties, LLC, who owns the shopping center behind it, in opposition to this request, which voiced concerns over the access road adjacent to the shopping center. So we have some suggested conditions for all SEPs. I'll go ahead and read them. The layout of the site shall be constructed in substantial conformance with the conceptual site plan submitted with the application Troutville C-Store conceptual site plan dated April 17th, 2026. Development of the convenience store shall be constructed in substantial conformance with the building elevations submitted with the application titled Prototypical Elevations. 3, the existing non-conforming freestanding sign on the property shall be removed prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy. 4, noise generated by the development shall not violate provisions of the Botetourt County Noise Ordinance. 5, no temporary window signs are permitted. 6, there shall be no more than 1 LED or electronic sign permitted associated with the entire development. 7, no outdoor vending machines or display of merchandise shall be permitted. And 8, all other specifications and general provisions shall be met as required per the Botetourt County zoning ordinance, and in no instance shall the zoning conditions exempt a project from any local, state, or federal development requirements, except where allowed by the zoning ordinance. So that's sort of the end of my presentation. I can answer any questions you have, and if there is any I can't answer, the applicants are here tonight.
Any questions?
I don't entirely understand the objection of the adjacent landowner. Can you explain that a little bit more?
So I looked into it a little bit just because I have some research. I worked for a surveyor before. So the access easement is a non-exclusive access easement, meaning that they are free to use that. But in terms of like the details of that, I think that the applicant may be able to better speak to that. I know they were talking with the landowner about that.
Ms. Rotman, I know that both the adjacent landowner as well as the applicant are here, I should say, somewhat in force in order, I think, in part to address that issue.
Okay.
Typically, under our ordinance, we do not get we do not enforce private covenants, private easements. That's the problem of the private parties involved. However, that can potentially have an impact on the viability of a development or just whether it's going to make any sense. And so it can be something you take into consideration in making a legislative approval, although it's not something that we're going to enforce, nor is it a showstopper from the perspective of the Board of Supervisors enacting legislatively. Is that fair? That makes sense, at least?
So when you're talking about, who are you talking about when you're talking about legislatively handled?
Well,
Are you talking about a state?
so
Are
when
you talking about us legislating an ordinance, or are you talking about?
correct action upon a rezoning, a change to the zoning map,
It's
a change to
legislative.
the zoning text, or issuance of a special exception permit is considered to be a legislative act.
Okay, that's what I thought.
So, and legislative acts are by their nature discretionary. That's why administrative acts, approval of a subdivision plat, there's a checklist. And if you've met all the checklists, you get your approval. You're balancing factors, and access is one of those factors that you may take into consideration. I should note that on the side of subdivision ordinance, we don't look at the private covenants pretty much at all. It's up to somebody else to object.
Mhm.
But we typically don't take it into account in zoning decisions, but you can. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. It just sort of strikes me, if they don't have an arrangement, that it could be an issue for the project, which would be a problem for the county.
Yes, it could potentially make it difficult for them to ultimately get site.
Right, right.
That being said, I think that, that's an important portion of this, and I certainly like to hear the applicant's decision on that, or some of the interesting information that might be coming about in that. If we could hear the applicant on that private driveway there.
Good evening, members of the board. Ben Crew with Balzer and Associates, Westwood Company, acting agent on behalf of this request for you all this evening. Here this evening with Garrett Zeckman, who's a developer or contract purchaser for the property. So Garrett, yep, sitting mid-level there. Happy to answer any questions that you all have. So certainly want to walk through a couple things, but do we want to start with the access since that's kind of front of mind? Or
Go ahead
do you
and
want-
go through the others if you'd
Okay,
like.
I'm gonna hit a couple of other things real briefly. Staff did a good job of kind of going down through the specifics, but I'm gonna hit a couple highlights that I think are important for the group. And so looking down through this, so we've got 8 conditions that are proposed as part of this kind of 3-part SEP that we're talking about this evening. And we're fine with those. We'd like to talk about one of them related to the signage, but that's our commitment as part of this project. It's like, hey, we're okay with these conditions. We're okay with substantial conformance with the site plan. We're okay with substantial conformance with the architecture. What we're showing is what we're going to build, and that's kind of our commitment as part of the project. One of the items that we did want to talk about that there was a fair amount of discussion in the Planning Commission meeting about was about the signage and specifically the LED signage. And I wanted to kind of walk through that a little bit because there was some discussion of whether there's going to be one LED sign or two LED signs, and I want to kind of chat about that a little bit. And can we reference who's controlling the? Oh, okay, I'm on it. Okay, good. Thank you. Can we go? How do we go back here? We'll convince it. We'll talk about it. So, so the intent on the LED signage is they're monument style signs, they're shorter signs, and the intent with the LED is to provide changeable pricing on that. So the rest of the sign has materials that match the character of the building, and then the other parts of the sign are just backlit like any other standard light. And so good looking signage matching the architectural character of the building. And the only LED portion is the actual gas price or the fuel price on those signs. And our request as part of this is we'd have the ability to do two LED signs, one at the corner of 220 and 11, and then one at 11 in the private access that we'll talk about in just a minute. And so that's the only item that differs on this condition. And we can't suggest that because they're not proper conditions, but we'd like to at least have that conversation about the opportunity to have two instead of the one. We landed on one during the Planning Commission. There was a couple of planning commissioners talking about, well, maybe there should only be one. Well, maybe why can't there be two? And that's where it landed for this evening. So I'd like to think about that for just a minute. Just to reinforce a couple of things, pretty excited about where this project is located, how it's supported by the comp plan. It supports the goals of the Gateway Crossing Overlay Interstate Business Subdistrict, which we think is important. Certainly important to note that this project is vehicular centered, but it does have multimodal components to it. So we are installing private and public sidewalks as part of this project. We mentioned the bicycle racks. And so there is a pedestrian component to this that is important to the project from a connectivity standpoint. Let's see. Oh, important to note as part of as Garrett and his team's investment as a contract purchasers, there's no grants as part of this project. There's no incentive packages as part of this project. This is private dollars invested in Botetourt County. And the contract purchaser is proud of that they want to spend their money here. Let's see. Okay, let's dive into the access part real quick. Here we go. Perfect. One more forward, unless we went too far. One more. Forward, one more. Perfect. So when you're talking about the signage, indicated on here from grade to the top of the sign is a little bit less than 8 feet. And so we're getting rid of the existing non-conforming sign, installing two monument signs. We're not asking for a 25-foot pylon sign because, we think the architecture of the building and the quality of the development speaks to kind of placemaking side. But so this would be the intent from the monument style sign in both those locations. And so let's dive into the access a little bit. So we're building on the letter that was provided by the adjacent property owner yesterday. So we're coming at that kind of fresh based on the information that was provided. So it's important to note as part of this project, we're removing two access points on Route 11. Right, that are in the functional area of the signal, and then changing those access points to more ideal locations and shared locations, which is a priority from VDOT. Okay, and so we have one that's located on 220, and then we have the second one that's located on the private shared access drive, same one that's shared by Taco Bell today, and same one that's shared by the shopping center. And so as part of that, there's a cross-access agreement that's been in place for a long time that permits access from Route 11. There we go. Thank you. From Route 11 to that, to the end of, we'll call it the stub out before you enter the kind of shopping center property as a whole. Okay. It's all part of the same parcel, but different type setup. And so the cross access doesn't extend through the shopping center. And we are aware of that. So in most development scenarios, we would think that all parties would want to work together with the out parcels and with the overall parent building, that everyone want to have cross access together. That doesn't appear to be the case, and that's okay. And so if there's concern from the neighbor about access through the adjacent shopping center and having additional traffic come to a commercial shopping center, if they want to eliminate that additional traffic, we can certainly oblige to that. The traffic study assumed that everyone would kind of work together, but if the project wants to stand alone, it certainly can, because as part of that little stub section from Route 11, there's not a lot of language in the deed that states about maintenance. There's no restrictions associated with it. It's just older deed language regarding cross access. But that's where it ends. It doesn't continue through the shopping center. So the opportunity from our side is if the two parties can't come to terms, two private parties can't come to terms, we can put other measures in place in regards to that entrance on the public drive aisle. It could be no through signage. It could be restricting left turn lanes from our access out adjacent to the oil change building that restricts those left-hand turning movements and forces those vehicles to make a right and go down to Route 11. We would hope that all parties would be interested in new investment next door and invigorated opportunities for that whole corner. But if we need to be standalone, that's okay. And we understand that. So I just want to make sure that we were kind of clear on the pieces and parts to that. Is we wanted to share that traffic between the two centers, because there's a lot of tenants back there in the shopping center that may want to come down here and get lunch or may, do that. And they certainly can. But if that reciprocity isn't there, that's okay. We'll kind of function from a standalone part of the project. So that's what I would share as far as, the background on the access easement, our approach to it as far as, let's look at this collectively. If not, we'll look at it standalone, and that's okay from our standpoint too.
Before we leave that subject, may I ask you a question, please?
Sure.
So sounds like you're open-minded to singling yourself out to leave the gas station, go into that small cross section, take a right, and leave the premises.
Mm-hmm.
But what if the opposite is true? So I'm coming down 220 south. I go through the 220 Route 11 intersection, and I make a right into this gas station facility. But I have no intent to buy gas or even go into the convenience store. I'm simply through traffic. And I'm using that to go through and across the property, get over to that cross section, and then make a left and go up to the plaza, up to the shopping center. What is the landowner? What's the situation with regards to that type of traffic?
And the intent of that cut through would be,
so as opposed to me taking a right on Route 11, going down and then taking a left and coming up through that subset or whatever term that you used.
Yeah.
I don't want to do that. I simply want to use the ease of access of going through the green light through the Route 11 220 intersection,
Sure.
and make my right, go through the Wawa as a cut through, and then make my left to go up.
Sure. So that would certainly be a route. It is circuitous to get through the C-store route, make a left, loop all the way around, go around the corner of the building, and then access. If someone is interested in that to save time for some nature, I'm not sure that it would save time, but certainly is there interconnectivity there? Certainly is. Yeah, but why someone would be interested in taking that route instead of that section of Route 11 that really doesn't have that much concern from backup because of the changes at 150?
The fact that it doesn't make sense doesn't mean people won't do it.
Oh, sure. Absolutely. Yeah. And certainly it's open, and the intent, especially from a VDOT side, and we try to support this with private development and design, is interconnectivity. So if everyone's standalone, what does everyone have to do? They have to go out on the same road and and pull that traffic into these main arteries instead of being interconnected. So, yes. So I would share that as feedback, but I appreciate that comment.
I have one item before we leave this image.
Yes, sir.
Up here, after the entrance, you've got 2 trees.
Yes, sir.
There's going to be a barrier between those 2 trees, so that they can't go up through there to get to the shopping center.
Yes, sir. Correct. So to answer that question, this site will be completely surrounded by concrete curbing. That little corner section there, that's where that gravel drive that you're talking about right there, that actually has a retaining wall through that area. It's about, I think that one is 8 to 12 feet tall in that section. And so there will not be any direct access from the drive aisle, parking lots, from the C-store property into the adjacent shopping center.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And just on that note, that whole area right up there, there's going to be cutting into the hill right there, and which is going to be a large retaining wall. What is that going to be? What's the product you're going to use? What I wanted to see is elevation, so we could take a look at that, but
Sure.
There's no elevations that you have to see that. But what is the material you're going to be using?
So let's talk about a couple sections. So the section between the first trees that we were looking at just a second ago, that section is anticipated to be cut back, or depending on if you've seen the hillside out there, there's rock like there is in a lot of locations, right? And so the intent of that is to cut back or remove that material. So there isn't a tall wall in that area. And so the area that we have shown from the wall is from the dumpster, from the second tree, from the dumpster enclosure, headed north on the page through the little zigzag property line. It's that solid dark black line that's kind of headed plan south to plan north. And the intent with that wall is, like I mentioned, between 8 and 12 feet tall for that section.
Okay. The other thing is, if you're coming off of 220
Mhm.
and you want to turn in, the one thing I'm kind of concerned about is if there's people going in, it's kind of stacked up right there, how much stacking can happen? And that is not your process as much as VDOT. I mean, that's what I'd be worried about, that stacking portion on 220 if it got being really busy for some reason.
The stacking portion
As you're
of-
taking it right into it, as you're taking it right into the Wawa,
Okay,
you're coming off that light and taking it right in.
sure.
But all of a sudden, there's a lot of people in there and you start stacking cars up.
Sure. Yeah, I appreciate that comment. And what I would share to that is the way that this site and many of these sites are designed, it's a free flowing right. And there's a lot of distance between your first decision point that you need to make as a driver. So are you going to the building? Are you going to fuel? Are you going to the oil change facility in the back of the site? And so that first decision point is pushed back. And so you'll see in a lot of older scenarios where you'll pull in and the pumps will be directly in front of you, right? And that kind of prohibits. And so you'll move into the site and make that decision of, hey, are you going to park adjacent to the building? Or are you taking a right and accessing the pump islands or the canopy that's located to the right? I appreciate your comment on that.
Any other questions?
Another one. The service station, what services will you provide?
So there is not a proposed user. We haven't identified a proposed user for that yet. But it's I'm not going to use a corporate name, but it's, any of the household oil change places would be an appropriate location for this. It's a very small corner right there. And so it has to be the right user that doesn't have a need for a tremendous amount of parking. So it's a very specialized user that would be on that corner, that's kind of identified, that's non-food, right? And so when you have a C-store that sells a lot of food and other products, they don't want anybody else competing on that particular parcel. So, but we do not have a final tenant for that particular location yet.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions?
I do have a question. I don't know if this would be a question for you or for Mike, but how would you respond to the issue raised in this letter from Mountain View Plaza that there was insufficient consideration given to the traffic impact on, let's see, pedestrian and pedestrian and vehicular safety at Mountain View Plaza? Is that?
So I don't know how to best address the letter that was sent to the county and then forwarded on to us, because I don't necessarily concur with all the statements that are shared in here.
Right.
But certainly from their side, they have an active shopping center with parking spaces and vehicles and patrons, and any facility ought to be concerned about their own property and operations related to that. But I don't know specifically how to address that particular comment.
Let me just ask Mike, is that a study that has to be undertaken before action can be taken on this application?
Well, certainly traffic impacts is a perfectly appropriate thing for you as the Board of Supervisors to take into account and to defer or deny something if you don't think they've been well enough taken into account, or to say you think it's good enough and you're going to move forward.
I kind of have no.
Take somebody's name in vain, but Ms. Mathena, what do you think?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Good evening. I'm Ashley Mathena. I'm the acting resident engineer for the VDOT Salem Residency Office. If you wouldn't mind repeating your question, just to make sure that I heard all of it.
Yeah, so the owner of the adjacent plaza, the Mountain View Plaza, has written a letter, and they claim that the SEP should be deferred because the application has failed to give reasonable consideration to the impact the traffic generated by the proposed development will have on pedestrian and vehicular safety at Mountain View Plaza. And they claim that that's required under some authority somewhere. So is that something that?
So we did have them include the entrance to Mountain View Plaza off of Route 11 in their traffic analysis. I wouldn't say that it necessarily took into account pedestrian safety. That's not something that we typically ask them to go out and count pedestrians and how they cross at these locations. But it did take into account traffic.
Okay, right, thanks. It's hard to imagine pedestrians there, actually. Where would they be walking to exactly?
Taco Bell. I don't know.
Thanks, Ashley.
Any other questions?
Do you see any issues with the market owner and that entrance? Or your exit, I guess, onto their private little road?
As far as our access to it, as far as issues of the ability for us to access it?
Yeah, at the end of the day, is it going to be?
No, at the end of the day.
Definitely usable.
Yes, at the end of the day, and we've had multiple parties looked at it. That's just not my opinion and not Garrett's opinion. That's a shared access between what is now the bank, what is currently operating as Taco Bell, and the shopping center. So it's shared between those parties already. If the bank opened back up tomorrow, it would continue to operate and access and have legal rights to be able to do that. And so we're utilizing that same location.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Does that agreement require you to help fund maintenance?
It is an old agreement that does not address maintenance, use, intensity. It's shared cross access. It's one of those older cross access easements. And so that's why from our side, we're open to having all those discussions to review that and would welcome that opportunity.
So you would welcome the opportunity to have a proffer positioned on this application that states that you will in fact share in the costs of maintenance?
Sure. Let me confer with my Would you, if you're gonna talk, come down here to the microphone. So we don't make everybody mad, so it's not recorded.
But Mr. Snyder, I want to caution you about trying to broker this kind of. a
I
deal
understand the
between-
danger inherent here. However, when a pothole forms, I want to know who's going to pay for that and how long it's going to take to pay, how long it's going to be before it's repaired, because there's no one ponying up the money to do that.
Council, have you taken a look at this deed?
I have not, because to be honest with you, it seems as though this is a dispute between two bordering landowners, both of whom are represented by able counsel.
Okay. Very good.
My name is Garrett Zachman. I appreciate you guys tonight hearing us out and listening and having this conversation. We would not be opposed to that. I do think it's something to be agreed upon between the private parties. I think we'd want to look at limiting it to just what we currently have an easement for, not necessarily looking to add on maintenance to the whole shopping center, because we're not looking for easement for that. We feel confident through our attorneys, through our own research, that we have access there. And so that's what if we did look at proffering it, I would like to limit it to that.
Thank you.
Understood. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Not, I would like to open up the public hearing. Do we have anybody to speak on this? Julie?
We have one person signed up, Brian Wheeler.
He's what? Oh, I thought. Well, maybe he can explain what.
Hi, my name is Brian Wheeler. I'm an attorney who's representing the private landowner. If I may I come down, because
Please.
I'm sure we'll have some additional. So the major issue that my client has with this application is drafted is that it makes an incredible presumption. So when people leave the former bank property, okay, they presume that 20% of the people, 1,000 cars a day, are going to travel through my client's private property. There is no joint access agreement once you reach my client's private property. If you bring that map back up, you will see that when this was drafted at that time, when people were exiting the bank and getting into that access area, you could turn left or right onto Route 11. Right. But VDOT recently, or since that agreement came into place, you can only now make a right turn. And so in their study, they say that 1,000 cars a day, or 20% of the people who are using this convenience store, are going to go out the access, take a left, and then across and all the way through my client's private property, Mountain View Plaza, so that they can get on old Route 604 in order to go south on Route 11. Right? And no conversations. I mean, we've had some basic conversations about this, but you're going through an active parking lot. And you will see, if you look at my exhibit C2, when these 1,000 cars a day are going through here, the corner of the plaza, the handicap parking spaces are right here because it provides the closest access for people to be able to get into and out of the plaza. And it's incredibly narrow. Right. And all these handicapped people who are going to be trying to get in and out of this plaza, you're going to have 1,000 extra cars flying through here a day. Right. And on top of that, you've got all of the additional maintenance that my client's going to have to pay for. I mean, and my client's willing to be reasonable, but some communication needs to be put into place because they've made an assumption about this traffic study that my client, an owner of private property, is just going to allow these 1,000 cars a day to pass over his property. And then what the applicant's saying is just like, well, we can make changes and rearrange that. Well, you probably can, but that's not the application that's before you. And that's not what's been done. And what happens when all of a sudden these 1,000 cars a day who want to go left onto Route 11 and head south, but they can't do that anymore because my clients told them no, what happens at this traffic study? It's just inadequate at this time. There hasn't been enough reasonable consideration about how this impacts my client, how it impacts people trying to pull in and out of parking spaces to utilize their business, the general public who's trying to use Mountain View Plaza. It's one note on page 14 of their traffic study. It says, note, we assume that 20% of people are just going to pass through my client's private property. And they've done nothing else to allow you to make a reasonably informed decision of how that's going to impact, the people of Botetourt County in this region who are using Mountain View Plaza. And so that's why we would ask that you at least defer this to allow my client and the applicant time to see if they can reach a reasonable resolution. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
From a business perspective, does your client see an advantage to sort of increasing the traffic, that there may be additional commercial usage from people traveling through?
I mean, that is a possibility, right? But these people have come to get gas and use a convenience store. And now they're cutting through my client's private property where people are trying to go to a restaurant, go to a gym, go to a retail store. If all of a sudden this parking lot becomes too busy, it's going to have a negative impact on my client's business. And that hasn't been considered at all. Some of them may also stop because, hey, let's also stop to get to eat. But the vast majority of these 1,000 cars are just flying through this parking lot because it's my client's private property in this parking lot, because it's the only way to take a left on Route 11.
Any other? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Julie? Okay. I'll close the public hearing. Some discussion upon the board members.
I kind of think he makes a strong argument for deferring this. It sort of has, just because of the VDOT action, it's kind of created a public traffic thoroughfare on private property. I do think it's something that needs to be addressed.
Agreed.
Maybe it would give us some time to get some elevations too.
Yeah.
Any other comments on that?
Yeah.
My question support Mrs. Rotman's comments that I feel as though that is a piece of this overall application that has not been vetted.
I think it's a good application. I think you're right. It'd be nice to have that reviewed a little bit better, maybe some elevations, as you also said, but to see if they can work together.
Yeah.
To make this.
You included elevations though?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
What if you had right turn only there at the service station exit?
So you mean down further?
Right here, at the service station exit.
Oh, right turn only?
Right turn only.
Yeah, and I think that's a discussion for them to have as well. In that context, then, you were asking, let's table this. Is that correct? Okay.
Correct.
Then you would like to move for how many days to table? Oops, excuse me. Yes, please.
If there's enough concern, we agree with proposing to continuance on this. At least 30 days would be awesome to just continue that conversation. We have had communication with him. It has not been a ton. We have reached out and kind of asked for proposed, but we're happy to continue that in order to resolve this if that's a concern.
Okay.
You think 30 days is adequate?
Yes, ma'am.
And I will be out 30 days. In 30 days I'll be. So I'd like to go to 60 days if I could.
Okay.
Mr.
That'd be all right?
Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
You have a speaker. Gentlemen.
Yeah, and that's what I've just proposed, that we're looking at that situation. Thank you.
And remember, Mr. Chairman, we always want to say 2 regular meetings,
Not 60 days.
not 60 days, because then if our second regular meeting is on day 62, we have to hold a special meeting for it. So we'll talk about it at our August meeting.
Suggestions?
It was a good suggestion. Thank you. So I would move to defer this application for until our August Board of Supervisor meeting.
I'll second.
Any discussion on that? If not, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstain.
Thank
Good.
you.
Thank you very much. with that, remember, if we can get some elevations, that'd be fantastic. Oops. All right, if we can go to D, the Amsterdam District, it's Braylon Waldron.
Bobby Stewart, I think he might come up there. He may look for me.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. First, before I get started, are you okay with the position of this right here?
Yeah, we're
I'm
fine.
normally facing you.
Question is, how about you?
That's fine with me. I just want to make sure
We're
you
good.
got my best side. So
Yeah, it's any side, I guess there is the best.
there you go. And also too, I don't know if you want to make an announcement. I don't know if anybody may have missed the earlier tabling of the Blue Leaf Energy and might still be here in the hopes that you hear that, but that was tabled. So it might be worthwhile to make a note of that.
So B, we had tabled that. Actually, let me read this to you. Sorry about all the stuff. The applicant for proposal solar project on Roanoke Road identified as tax map number 73-157, Ern M. and Virginia A. Barquette have requested to withdraw the application scheduled to be heard this evening. Because this was advertised, we had to take a vote and we all agreed to withdraw this.
Excellent. Thank you. All right. If you're ready, I'll read the next request here for you this evening. So in the Amsterdam district, we do have a request for a large format retail sales, which is intended to be a grocery store with conditions suggested by the Planning Commission and an additional special exception permit for a drive-through pharmacy with potential conditions there as well. So that's going to be found in the Daleville Town Center. If you're familiar with this site, it is just behind where the Wawa is being built and behind the Virginia Credit Union, which was the former Member One credit union there. So up on the screen before you is the site outlined in red. It is just off of Glebe Road and Broad Street. The zoning here for you, it's all found within the Daleville Town Center, so that would be your traditional neighborhood development. It's across from the Glebe, which is kind of that peach color that is residential R2. The yellow is R1, and you do have a little bit of that business B2 up the street from this site. These are the applicant's materials that were submitted. These are the elevations for the building itself, showing the actual use of the grocery store here with the pharmacy drive-through to the left of that. This gives you a view of the site from the front of it, kind of elevated as you would look down on the actual grocery store. As you'll see here along the property there that abuts Glebe Road, there would be a retaining wall that would extend and actually give some more parking there next to the site. If I can advance. There we go. So this is another view of the site from Glebe Road looking down into it. So as you'll see, that is the sidewalk closest to you with some fencing, and the retaining wall is actually kind of lowering into the site itself, giving you a view of the grocery store and the pharmacy there from Glebe Road. And then this would be the rear of the site, looking at where the site would actually be entering in from Glebe Road, giving a view of the rear of the property itself. The site layout plan suggests a 50,000 square foot grocery store with 255 parking spaces. There is a drive-through pharmacy included to the left of the structure if you're looking at the front of it. If you have questions about stormwater management, that's actually handled off-site, and existing has been suitably sized to meet this type of use. There are required sidewalks around the perimeter. Those are required from the ordinance and also shown here by the applicants as well. And then, as I said, there is a retaining wall along Glebe Road and near Charter Avenue. This is a view of the proposed roadway improvements that were submitted by the applicant and included as part of the transportation traffic impact analysis. So there are some changes here shown. The biggest change, of course, is that stoplight right there at Glebe Road that would allow folks to turn left onto Glebe and then access the site. There are some turn lanes that are included as well, and showing the future extension of, I believe it's Town Street extension right there as well. So the master plan for Daleville Town Center has depicted a large format commercial use way back in 2005. Language in that plan did identify a grocery store as a likely use for that development. As you'll see on the screen before you, I've highlighted the approximate location of this proposed use in red showing that this was always, at least from the very first start of Daleville Town Center way back in 2005, envisioned as a use here. There are 9 suggested conditions, so 8 of those were included for the Planning Commission to consider, and the 9th was suggested by the Planning Commission that there shall be no outdoor storage of shipping containers at the site. There were some concerns that maybe some of the materials that would be sent to the site would for a time be stored in a shipping container outside like other big box retails have done, and so that would guarantee that that would not be permitted at the site. The other conditions you see there, a lot of them are your typical. So substantial conformance to the site plan, substantial conformance to those building elevations. We have included required landscaping shall not use plants considered invasive by the Virginia Department of Conservation and Recreation. That retaining walls shall use materials complementary to the materials used for the grocery store building so that there is a cohesive look and feel for the development. There are a few items in the zoning ordinance that these conditions take care of. One of those is that parking shall not be required to be placed behind the front facade line of the principal structure, which is required in the ordinance and can be waived by the Board of Supervisors. And the same thing for number 6, that a primary entrance is not required to be placed in the rear of the building, adjacent to Broad Street, also as permitted in the ordinance. And then noise generated by the development shall not violate provisions of the Botetourt County Noise Ordinance, and that all of their specifications must be met except where allowed by the zoning ordinance. So at the Planning Commission, there's a lot of conversation about noise and about truck and vehicle movements into the site itself. The applicants are well represented here, including the transportation engineer who conducted the TIA. They would likely be able to speak to it better than I can, but that conversation did come up at the Planning Commission. So if you have additional concerns, I'm sure they can answer those as well. So there are 2 motions here for you tonight. That is for the large format retail sales and then that pharmacy drive-through. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. Like I said, the applicants are here as well. So if you want to direct any questions to them, I'm sure they'd be happy to answer.
Any questions for?
I think it would be great to have the applicants.
Certainly.
We got a lot of letters from people with a lot of concerns, so it'd be great if you could address some of those. Hello.
Hello. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Bobby Wampler with Engineering Concepts. I'll be very brief at the beginning of this. It's getting late the hour, but we are just a week shy from 21 years ago presenting the Daleville Town Center to this board for approval. And with us tonight is Andy Kelderhouse, president of Fralin and Waldron. So pleased to see how this project has come to fruition. Next meeting, we will have the last vacant parcel in the Daleville Town Center back before you again for another vote. So this is an important year for the Daleville Town Center. With us tonight is Asa Harris and Alec White with Harris Development, who will give the bulk of the presentation. Also Mike Bailey with Garrow Slade to handle your traffic questions. So my part's pretty easy. There's been a lot of things that have changed since 21 years ago, including readers and other things. Say the young man back there, the deputy used to be Pee Wee football player, but through all that, one of the things that hasn't changed, if you look at the master plan for the Daleville Town Center, it's amazing through some of the changes that have occurred. One of the anchors that has held through that entire time has been this grocery store site, even down to the detail of the bump out for the loading dock. So one of the things that I'm sure we'll talk about will be traffic with the large vehicles. So we'll have some imagery here to show how the large trucks access the site. But that was always the plan from the beginning. One of the first things that happened at the Daleville Town Center was a tractor trailer ran over the curb down Town Center Boulevard. And Mr. Kelderhouse called me and said, Bobby, what's going on here? This isn't big enough. And I reminded Andy through the Board of Supervisors and the planning of the development, there were no pictures of tractor trailers next to the kid on bicycles licking ice cream cones. The location of the loading docks is deliberate. It is right off of Glebe Road that has direct access from 220. And as soon as you enter the Daleville Town Center property, you go straight into the loading area. So again, that was not a surprise. That was a well thought out feature of the plan. The grocery store was identified 21 years ago as a likely use that was going to require an SCP. So that's interesting to see to move forward. One of the other changes that has occurred since then, which will probably be part of our content tonight, is across the street. After the Daleville Town Center was approved, after this grocery site was established, the Glebe expanded their master plan. So the Glebe actually came closer to the Daleville Town Center, including these new cottage homes, which are very nice. Engineering Concepts was pleased to be a part of that project. So again, that came after the planning for this grocery store. The planning of those cottages did include care and thought about visualization through the Daleville Town Center. So it does have a nice screening wall behind the cottages. It does have nice landscape borders. Those are only going to be enhanced by this project, as well as the siting of the facility on the land. So other things that were planned, which were mentioned by Mr. McCoy, was the stormwater management. The Daleville Town Center, again, included this site in the planning for the project. So even through all the changes that have happened with DEQ over the years with more stringent regulations, the stormwater facility is still adequate to serve this project. So a lot of careful planning over 21 years, a lot of infrastructure put in place, even down to the traffic expectations. 21 years ago, actually the traffic on 220 is less than what was anticipated originally with the rezoning. So again, different, no surprises there. So with that, I'll kind of turn it over to Ace and Alex and kind of give you more details and be available for any questions.
Thank you, Bobby.
Appreciate, everyone's time. We're happy to answer questions and concerns from the community, but we have spent a lot of time on a couple of things I want to touch on, which first and foremost are architectural elements. So we have some additional faux windows, towers. We have an additional faux storefront that we wouldn't normally do. But really trying to blend in well with the Daleville Town Center and what's existing. Andy has seen that. His architectural review committee has approved that. So we spent a lot of time on that, as well as the landscaping. We have a thing on our proposed landscaping plan. We have 140 trees and then over 1,000 shrubs that we're committed to planting. So we want to be a good steward of the community and, respect the architecture and the landscaping. And we've spent a lot of time on this. And happy to answer questions as well.
Any questions?
Yes, I have several, actually. I've received a lot of email regarding this particular development. And I'd like to go through what I have as a list here, things that I'm sure that you are anticipating. But one of the questions I've been asked, and I'd like to hear your response tonight, is the proposed buffer. So if I'm on Glebe Road, I'm traveling across Glebe Road in either direction, what am I seeing in terms of that buffer? What does that look like, and how does that shield or prevent me from seeing the roof line? And what does that view actually look like?
So yeah, the 3D elevations behind you, I believe, are showing Glebe kind of into the center. So with the grades on site, it's a somewhat of a challenging site with where the current road sits. So we have kind of the existing road, and then we have the sidewalk that's shown there. And then on top of that retaining wall, there's a fence, and that's where we have our proposed plantings. So though it's a reduced buffer, we do have extensive plantings. We'll have trees that we plant. We have a landscape plan, and we'll have different full-size trees that we'll plant to help screen and make it look like a high-quality development from that view.
Is there any opportunity to include additional greenery as part of that buffer?
What greenery? I'm sorry.
Any form of greenery in that buffer. What does that buffer consist of?
Landscape plan. We do. Yeah, we should have the actual plan as part of the package.
I don't know if we could go back to that. I didn't see it. It was with the planning commission package, but I did not actually see it with. Okay. If you don't mind, I think it probably provides a much better depiction of the landscaping. But one thing to add in regards to the elevations, the 3D renderings, I think they're a very accurate depiction of what's going to be constructed, but it's still difficult, I think, to visualize. If you're on Glebe, what does it look like?
Right.
And the reality of the situation is the store sits down from Glebe. It changes because Glebe changes a great deal in elevation. But I think in some locations, at the tallest location, we're over 20 feet below Glebe Road. So if you look at Wawa that's currently under construction, our finished floor elevation is about the same as Wawa. So we're not sitting up high. We're actually kind of sitting down in a hole, which is actually, in my mind, I think it's a big benefit from a noise and a visual buffer standpoint. From a planning standpoint, I can tell you we have fit every bit of landscape material we can in there. That rendering doesn't necessarily show it, because I think it would look like we were obscuring the building. But when we get to the landscape plan that shows all the plantings, you'll be able to see that. Oh, no worries. And we may be able to pull it up ourselves as well. If you want.
If you want to plug it through right there, we'll take it care of. Yeah. Very good. Nicole, you got it there, Nicole? Let me pull his. Should be that top folder there. This one. Yeah, and then so we have a landscape plan, and then we actually did a colored 3D. Do you want to look at it? Yeah, let me do it for you. You drag it to the desktop, it's probably better. So this kind of shows, this is our, 2D landscape plan, and then we have them kind of just visualized with the different trees, the different shrubs. We have, the landscape islands in the main parking field, and then glebe rub top of the screen, kind of where you were concerned with the different kinds of plantings and shrubs, and the bottom left has the actual plant schedule.
So we have the road surface of glebe, then we have a sidewalk, and then we have that row of plantings, that row of greenery as a buffer.
Yes, sir. Yes. And then the fence and then the wall.
And there's a fence at the top of that retaining wall.
Yes, sir.
Did you have an image of what that looks like?
It would be part of the 3D elevations, but we don't have a specific fence picked out. That would be part of the kind of more detailed site plans.
Lighting. So there's been a lot of questions about lighting and glare, et cetera. Can you describe what that might look like, the effects?
Sure. So, yeah, a lot of times we actually just had this on a recent store outside of Asheville, but there's a certification called IDA with lighting. And again, I'm not an expert on this, so this is my understanding, but a lot of jurisdictions have put in like dark sky, or they require this IDA lighting, which doesn't require, you cannot have any lighting above where the top of the lighting fixture is. So we will commit to having cutoff lighting that only shines down without exposure above that. So there's minimal light trespass off the site, and then no light exposure above the actual top of the fixture.
To some degree in like with the rest of the Daleville Town Center then?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Thank you. Truck traffic. I know there was a mention of what the truck traffic looks like, and a specific idea and plan to bring those trucks in. The turning radius, the swing radius, the overall size of Glebe Road in that intersection. Can you speak to that, please?
Yes, sir. So we spent a lot of time, and this came up with the Planning Commission, and we've spent 6-8 months internally talking with the grocer on this. It's something they look at extremely closely, and Bobby's helped us. So they map, and they use a CAD software and full-size WB67 trucks to map the radius. So it's something we look at very closely. They should have enough radius to swing into the site, and then use that turn radius behind the store to then back into the store and then leave the same way they came in.
And a typical delivery day looks like, what hours what hours is the dock open? How about if I say it that way?
Well, I'll give you that one. I'm not sure what's up my head.
I mean, I honestly can't speak to the ins and outs of exact grocery operation. If I did, I would probably be telling you incorrectly, but it's like any other grocery store. If anything, it's probably a little different because this is not a 24-hour grocery store. This is a small community neighborhood shopping center that's meant to serve the neighborhood. The grocer here is very conscientious about the neighbors, noise. Obviously, we're going to be abiding by the noise ordinance. It's also one of the conditions of our SEP. But in addition to that, this particular grocer goes above and beyond just because of the fact that they want to be good neighbors, and they remove backup beepers from all their trucks. Instead, have other means to make sure they can safely back up without annoying people with, beepers. They use the newer trucks that aren't noisy. I mean, these are typically not the concerns we typically hear, honestly. We were a little caught off guard at Planning Commission, specifically with the truck access concerns. We didn't think that was going to be a big concern. So we actually did not have this plan prepared and ready to share. But we went back and we took a deep dive. One of the things I said to Planning Commission off the cuff was Daleville Town Center was not built for trucks to traverse through it. And I didn't realize until I went back and reread, the document from 2005, but it actually specifically talks about that. Narrow streets, limiting, all this through traffic, making it very pedestrian friendly. And it specifically mentions the traffic being routed to these surrounding main arterials. And if we were to bring the trucks in from a different location, frankly, we'd be compromising safety. I mean, and that's true. If we brought the trucks through the middle of Daleville Town Center, we'd be compromising the safety of pedestrians within Daleville Town Center. So, we understand that this is a sensitive topic, and, we're going to do everything we can. I mean, there were some discussions about limiting, hours of deliveries. And one of the things, we reminded the Planning Commission about was the fact that, grocery stores are a essential service. And a lot of times what you see is they run very, very smoothly and they're stocked very well. And until you have an ice storm or a hurricane or a pandemic, and they need to have the flexibility to make deliveries, but they take into account, the community. And as a private business, they have to, because that's their customers. So it's unfortunate. I know that this is something I think that a lot of people would like to see more regulated and maybe a more clear cut answer to control it. But I think it's one of these things is the county's noise ordinance governs it and everything else. I don't know what else, frankly, how else to kind of address it.
Thank you for that.
Yes, sir.
If I could go back to elevations briefly. I didn't see anything regarding rooftop structures. Are there AC units up top? What does that look like?
So you can actually see them from that aerial view, and they're actually shown on purpose. So they're actually all visible from this bird's eye view, but they're not visible from the other views. And the reason why is because we have a parapet that goes up sufficiently in height to screen them. So that's why you're not seeing them from the other elevations. But they weren't just left off. It was a thoughtful process to plan and make sure that they were screened and not visible. So
I'm on record as complimenting Mr. Kelderhouse for keeping the Daleville Town Center explicitly clean. It's beautiful. What does the parking lot look like? Where are the shopping carts? What control features are sitting out there so that when folks drive through, maybe of course they know it's a retail grocery, but if they were coming through for the first time and didn't know that, and they just saw a building sitting there, what does that perspective look like from how well you keep the property clean?
Well, I think versus every other grocer currently in the Roanoke market that's operating, one of the key differences you'll note here is there's no external cart storage, meaning you don't see in the front of the store where carts are just stored for customers. They're stored in the entry vestibule. When customers go out to their cart, a lot of times, associates from the store will take the carts back. If there's not an associate with them, there are cart returns built into the landscape islands. So not those metal ones you see in the middle of parking lots. They're actually thoughtfully designed into the plan that was presented and is part of our application. And they have shrubs around them that help screen the carts. So it's actually, thoughtfully planned out rather than at the end, right before opening, placing down, some metal cart corrals around the parking lot. So there is a very thoughtful approach and also an approach to limit them being exterior to the store.
Those are my questions. Thank you, gentlemen.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Any other questions?
So some people wrote in their concern about the size difference of being 50,000 square feet instead of 40,000 square feet. What difference in the, in the width and depth, and what difference does that actually make? It doesn't sound like that much different square footage to me, but.
It's quite interesting, and we have this question come up quite a bit. Whether it's people say, I want a 20,000 square foot grocery store, a 30,000 square foot grocery store, or the other way around. And frankly, this is the one thing about this grocery store. It's about the same size as the Kroger down the street, but it's a full service grocery store. So it's got a full bakery in it. I mean, that actually, they bake and make cakes and, everything. It's got a full deli, a full butcher, produce, pharmacy. Those all take up a lot of room, as well as the back of house. So if you make it smaller, all you do is you just take up kind of the interior of the store. Frankly, at the end of the day, it makes it really non-viable. It's almost too small. This is about one of the smallest size grocery stores you see currently being built. That's a full service grocer. As a matter of fact, most full service grocers are much larger than this, but they'll sometimes deviate from what you see in a typical grocery store and offer other things. This one is a full service supermarket, and it focuses on that and doing that well. But making it smaller, frankly, is just too small. And I think that's probably why it's ironic, frankly, that 21 years ago it was envisioned in this location, in this size. I can't even, it's honestly unfathomable that 21 years later it's in the same place. But maybe Andy's just that smart. I'm not sure. He doesn't take credit for it, but maybe he is. So at the end of the day, what it does, though, it just reduces the offerings is what it does. And it frankly makes it.
Does it at 50,000 as opposed to 40,000? I mean, what's the difference in width? What is the difference in the outer dimensions of the building?
That is a good question. Off the top of my head, I think it maybe cuts 60 feet out of the width and maybe 10 feet out of the depth, but I'd have to run the calculations. But we know the different stores, and I think that's about right. So usually the depth is about the same. It's usually the width that changes.
Does it make a difference in terms of the landscaping barrier or parking or anything like that?
It makes little to no difference. The fact is, it makes a big difference from a business perspective.
Yeah.
And it makes it honestly to the point where they probably wouldn't come here because they couldn't operate an efficient store that ran efficiently and could, serve customers well. As a matter of fact, sometimes we'll even go back and we'll replace stores that are too small. We do that actually quite regularly, where they'll build a store that's too small, and we'll have to tear it down and rebuild it to serve the community better. So, it was very well selected based on the community and to serve the community. So
I will say as well that this is the size primarily that we built for them now. That just tends to be one of their more typical prototypes they're going to now. So this is similar to what we build elsewhere.
I think the thought was expressed in the letters was that it sort of adversely affected other aspects of the project, the parking and the, landscaping barrier and so forth. I think that was really the thought, but this is the plan now for you guys. This is what you do now. You're saying.
Yeah. And as far as the fact that it adversely impacts, I think this was always envisioned as part. It wasn't, I don't think it was always envisioned as a part to serve the residents of the Daleville Town Center, specifically in the larger area. It was always envisioned. And I think it fits seamlessly with the vision to have something that's walkable. Now that all this residential has been constructed within Daleville Town Center, the other businesses, this is very complementary. I think it's going to tie in very well architecturally from a landscape perspective, and people will actually be able to walk to it versus a lot of times, people say that it may be walkable, but it may not in actuality. This one is actually, designed in such a way where it truly is walkable for all the residents, beside and behind the store itself. So I would say it's actually very well planned out from my perspective, and it's a very appropriate location.
Did you guys talk about, do you remember we talked about having like a little outdoor place, that greens, but did you guys talk about that? Was there anything?
We did. And actually we thought it was a very good idea. quite interestingly, initially we had talked about adding some seating in the area right where the cursor
Yeah.
is right now. And we've actually, we're leaning towards putting it back a little further. We think it'll actually work better back there. Because you're not kind of like, you don't have people driving around four sides of you. It kind of just doesn't feel very comfortable. But back there, we have a large green space where we're going to be able to add some seating. And we think it'll work well. And it also kind of ties into the larger network of sidewalks.
Yeah, that sounds nice. Thank you for
Yes, ma'am.
considering that.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions?
F2. We're hearing rumors that there'll be a mezzanine. Is this correct or not?
Yes, with this prototype, there is a mezzanine that's kind of adjacent where you walk in. There's the entry, the exit, the cart vestibule, and then on top of that, there's elevator access and stairs up to a mezzanine. There's some offices and some training areas, and then there's an actual seating area for customers.
Yeah, and so the mezzanine is not for sales, it's seating. And honestly, quite frequently, we find that's a tremendous community benefit. People a lot of times will use that to gather and meet where there's not other places to meet. Most recently, we've seen it has become a place where people are playing mahjong, which is not something I'm personally familiar with, but anyway. So it's actually a really nice amenity that's not for sales. It's really a place for people to sit and gather and eat and converse. And we frequently will use it ourselves if we're not in our local market. It's a nice place to be able to go and use. So.
Okay, and the second question, the butcher, so we can go in and get different cuts of meat that we want.
Yes, sir. I think you will find that probably it'll far surpass any grocery store you can find in the market, as far as, a butcher that will actually cut something for you, will actually help you find what you're looking for. Will, it's a full service.
So if I come in, I want to make a ham loaf, they'll take the different types and mix it and cut it.
I can't specifically speak to that, but I feel I'd be willing to bet that they would, just because that's how they operate. They're very accommodating to customers. And I bet you if you went in with that request, they would, but I can't guarantee you because I don't know.
I was just comparing whenever I grew up, of what a butcher is versus going to Sam's Club versus.
My own father remarks about that. And he's like, you can't go in a grocery store anymore and you can't give them a piece of meat and say, cut this up for me, or those types of things. You will be able to get that here. I can guarantee you that. So.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So it's guaranteed not to be the third world version then.
It is indeed. So
That's good.
Any other questions from board members? Thank you. Thank you very much. Stay around because there might be some other questions here.
Thank you.
Now I'm going to open up the public hearing. Is there anybody to speak?
Our first speaker is is it Gladys? Glandu, thank you. Gladu.
Is this on? Yeah, I just gotta get close. Mr. Tyson, I appreciate some of the things you've said tonight about looking at our rural community. That I've lived here 40 years. My mom was born here in 1918. I've been around a long time, since the 60s. I've been coming out here. It's changed. It's going to change. This, not same board, but the same building, and the VDOT guy, while I was asking for a special exemption, I was told that we don't decide what Fralin can sell to. That's not our job as Board of Supervisors. But by giving them a special exemption, you did choose Wawa. Now they've decided, hey, we'd be better off down near the 150 exit. But VDOT said, not only is it not going to be enough traffic to have a light, it's forbidden to have a light with no more traffic than that. Now we're going to get a grocery store that you're saying has to have a traffic light. I would like this Board of Supervisors to consider the decisions you're making. I'm not opposed to Publix. I think they're a good entity. I don't have a problem with them there. You are going to see their rooftop units. If Glebe is 20 foot higher than they are. They're not building a 20-foot wall. You're going to see them, but they're on top. I used to work on it. It's not a big deal. But don't lie to us. But take into consideration what you're approving and what you're allowing our community to become. And I'm not speaking of this Publix. I'm more concerned with the solar things, with Google, whom maybe I know that's not on the agenda or thing tonight, but you talking about noise pollution? We're talking about somebody beeping for 30 seconds. We're talking about 1 million square feet of air conditioning running 24/7. Y'all approved that, or you're trying to get it approved. I just want this community to, it's going to grow. Daleville is becoming, the Daleville Town Center has become like Grandin, where the Grandin Theater is, that little community where everybody walks. I'm more rural, and I still use a car. I don't want to walk everywhere. I'm too dang old. I've got replacement knees. I don't need to do that. But you're doing away with our rural community by allowing all this development. I moved somewhere near the Greenfield development 20-some years ago. I was worried about a few things that came in. They've been fine. I never knew, of course, nobody knew 20 years ago data centers. But gentlemen and lady, please be aware of what you're authorizing in our community. And it is our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sandra Tennell, followed by Jim Corson.
Thank you. Oops. And I will say some of the things that I have to say, the gentlemen have tried to address. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this evening. I'm requesting the Board of Supervisors deny any special exception permits for the Publix development. When Gateway Crossing Overlay was developed, it was to provide standards for development and redevelopment. There was a grocery store pinned in that location, but my concerns are why the plan is not followed and why it seems many businesses coming into this area need to be the exception to the standards. And everyone seems to ask for special exception permits. In this day and time, it appears to me that standards are always for the other people. If this store is being built under the guise of a walking community, then why is there a need for a larger store with more parking spaces or even a drive-through pharmacy? The larger store footprint means that trucks coming into the store are going to have a more difficult time entering and exiting the store property. It was stated in the Planning Commission, the meeting, that the large trucks would have to make a 3-point turn into the property, and these gentlemen have addressed that tonight. I live on Glebe Road, and it appears that economics far outweighs the residential interest within this development. The additional traffic plus large trucks with the ability to turn directly into the property will create a safety hazard for those who are walking to the store, driving to the store, passing by the store. The 30-foot offset in the plan allows for a bit less noise and more barriers and landscaping for those residents who live near this proposed store. Again, this would be a courtesy to the residential neighborhood near the site. I understand that the residents and the respective supervisors that do not live in Daleville do not have issues with what isn't located in your backyard. But the beautiful, caring county that I've loved and lived in since 1970 appears to care more about compacting more businesses into a 2-mile radius than the quality of life it tries to sell in our brochures and online. Supervisor Michael, I remember during the Wawa meetings, you said you didn't want to see this area be another Williamson Road. I say to you, this is far worse than Williamson Road due to the density in the current apartments, future apartments, and number of businesses packed into the acreage. Again, I request that the Board of Supervisors vote no on the public special exception permits before you tonight. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jim Corson, followed by Andy McLaughlin.
Good evening. I'm Jim Corson, a resident of the Amsterdam District and Daleville, living in the Glebe community. A grocery store in the town center will benefit many neighborhood residents. However, the store should be carefully planned to be in harmony with the ideas of a walking community and incorporating elements that enhance safety and minimize light and noise pollution. I attended the Botetourt County's Planning Commission public meeting on June the 8th. The agenda presented by the commission included requests by Fralin and Waldron. They requested special exceptions permit for a large format retail grocery store and special exception permit for a drive-through pharmacy. After reflecting and processing what I heard and saw at that hearing, I'm asking you to deny the approval of the exceptions for the following reasons. One, the larger store reduces spacing for buffering. Proper buffering needs to be maintained to minimize light and noise pollution and backup alarms from trucks, large air conditioning units, hydraulic pressure motors, pump motors for trash compactors. Two, at the public committee meeting, there was little discussion pertaining the need for a drive-through pharmacy. A diagram depicting the store layout showed a large paved area for personal vehicles to access the drive-through window, also resulting in a decreased buffer zone. In reference to truck deliveries, this is my third item. During the discussions, I heard terms such as three-point turns, almost like a U-turn, when coming from Glebe Road onto Broad Street, and geometrically, this works and is not a concern. My belief is that the space used for the drive-through pharmacy would be better utilized for improving delivery access and flow. Traffic jams caused by inadequate truck delivery access will have a very negative and life-threatening impact for the town center and immediate neighbors. Untimely traffic jams and emergency vehicle access needs happening simultaneously may lead to catastrophic outcomes. I request that you deny the special exemption permits requested by Fralin and Waldron on behalf of their client. Thank you for your time and consideration.
The last person we have signed up to speak is Andy McLaughlin.
Good evening. My name is Andy McLaughlin, and I'm a 19-year resident of the Amsterdam District in Botetourt. This new project does raise a lot of concerns, and the one that I specifically wanted to talk about was the buffering zone along Glebe Road. There was a question earlier about, does the size of the store affect that? Absolutely it does. That's why they're asking for a variance to take a 30-foot buffer zone and take it down to only 10 feet. So that greatly reduces the amount of space and separation to the residences on the other side of the Glebe Road. Just to cut to the chase here, the impact of that buffer variance request is very real, and even the developer acknowledged that. On page 1 of the letter from Harris Development Partners, they say, to mitigate for the reduced width of the landscape buffer, the amount of plantings within the development have been increased above what is required by code. However, if you look at the actual landscape plan, that seems to be very misleading or a very hollow claim, because what it actually indicates is that the landscape plantings only meet the minimums as required by code, with the exception of 4 additional trees. And those trees are in the internal parking lot area. So they're doing nothing to mitigate the narrowing of the buffer zone along Glebe Road. There is no mitigation plan, as was claimed in the planning package. My hope is that the Board of Supervisors, given knowledge of this serious deficiency, would not approve the plan package and variances as they stand today. Code's not a suggestion. There's reasons for it. And protections for citizens should be considered as part of this decision. I would respectfully request that either this variance be denied or approval be delayed until such a time as a real mitigation plan can be formally documented, subject to public review and comment, to compensate for this significantly reduced landscape buffer along Glebe Road. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. And that ends our public, there's nobody else, right? Okay. Go ahead.
I'll be quick. Hi, ladies and gents. In order to be quick, as promised, my name is Catherine Haddam, Valley District. Do want to say, as some of these folks have mentioned, that this isn't just about this one project. Fralin and Waldron is highly respected. We appreciate all the work that both your client as well as your firm and the rest of the gentlemen in blue and gray blazers have done. We're very glad to hear that you're using native plants. We're very glad to hear that you are working on these buffers and that you're working for a client who is conscientious about the community. However, what we have seen in the county and what we keep bringing to the Board of Supervisors, and I'm so glad that the Planning Commission and the staff are here, is the level of development. This is a sum total issue. And unfortunately, while this project was pinned as of 20 years ago, we've heard other people mention how the project across the street, that is a whole nother shopping center with multifaceted uses, was not. And you have to look at the sum total of the traffic that's now coming through our area. That's what people are complaining about every 5 seconds. It is not that we are against growth. This is not a NIMBY argument. This is growth past what a community and a body can support becomes cancer. And that is true for both the data center project as well as the growth that our community is just now suffering from rather than benefiting from. We're cannibalizing the other grocery stores. We're cannibalizing now how many gas stations? It's just silly. And we ask you to take a look at it comprehensively. Very serious. So please take a look at your comprehensive plan and your future planning for the next 10 years, because what we've seen is, unfortunately, lot sizes and making sure that there's green spaces, making sure that there's proper mitigation space for wildlife and kids to play hasn't been addressed. So for the developers in the room, this isn't directed at one project. This is directed at sum total. And I know that that isn't fair, but VDOT, when you do your traffic studies, we've been told that they only consider that project, not everything else that's coming. So please look at this comprehensively and what you want this county to be long-term, as other people have said. Stop these projects that steal from us, cannibalize our already thin resources. Thank you.
Thank you. The public meeting. Now, any comments from board members?
I think, did you guys want to respond to that?
Yes, that's exactly right. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Sorry.
Yeah, the buffer situation would be.
I'd love to respond to a handful of those items, especially, obviously, I think there was someone said that we made some hollow claims and someone else said, don't lie to me. One, we did not lie. I'm here on public record. We have looked at Glebe Road. We've looked at the elevations of Glebe Road, and we do intend to screen the rooftop equipment. Just to point that out. As far as the plantings are concerned, we have 100% of the required plant material that was in the buffer that is in that same buffer. So, You can make it a condition, planning staff can verify it. It's there. So, we're not taking plants out and away. We're putting them in a smaller area. We have a wall to deal with. We have the pedestrian circulation to deal with. We have a lot of things that we're working on. But the biggest thing I really want to point out is, there's a lot of people that are focused on the special exception, and this special exception was also referenced 21 years ago. And the reason is because of the size of the building. It was referenced that there was going to be a building of this size at this location and a special exception permit would be needed. It's not because we're trying to get around anything. It's just because the code says if your building's over this size, you have to get a special exception permit. So I think the issue of potential for variances and asking for some sort of waiver are a little different than what's actually happening here. But I do just want to point out the fact that we are doing what we said we were going to do. We're not lying. We're not trying to pull the wool over anyone's eyes. Again, we're on public record. And if you want us to respond to any of the other items, there was a lot there, including traffic. We're happy to do so. Yeah, okay.
Yes, my name is Mike Balin with Grove Slate Associates. I did the traffic study. I just wanted to clear up a misconception, I think, that may be going around. We did not, nor does VDOT or county staff for that matter, look at just that project. We most certainly have a no-build scenario where we look at all the development that's been approved in the area to be conservative. For instance, in this TIA, there are 8 approved developments. We spent more time on the approved developments than the actual grocery use. So it's not true to say that we just looked at the grocery store and that's the only traffic. We have a background growth rate. We looked at all the approved developments from, the Wawa on the corner to, restaurants, additional townhomes, things of that nature in the area. So it's a pretty comprehensive, and I think VDOT and your staff for that, they were very thorough with the scoping meeting with that. So I just want to address that as a misconception. Did you have any questions while I'm up?
Nope. All right, thank you. Any other comments? Any discussion?
I'd like to make a comment. I would like the community at large to know that I have absolutely heard the concerns of some of our neighbors in some of our neighborhoods. But I have to also acknowledge the broader community. And a life spent here listening to folks desire shopping opportunities, grocery shopping in particular. And unfortunately, for some folks who may be negatively affected by this, in my opinion, the overall effect is our community has an opportunity to enhance what they bring into their kitchen on a weekly basis. And so there are 2 sides of this. And I just want to point out that I have heard from a large number of people, not only in Amsterdam, but throughout the Troutville Valley, Fincastle region, if we're speaking countywide. And those folks have a voice as well. And I've heard that voice, and they are in favor of this project.
Any other comments?
I agree with Mr. Snyder. We have heard a lot and all that. But I think the planning commission, I believe was 5-0 on it. They asked great questions of the developer, and they have significantly cleared up a lot of it and answered a lot of it. So I feel like we're going to have a real good neighbor.
Very good. So that being said, we have 2 motions. One, I asked for is there approval or a motion for approval for the large format retail special exception permit?
I'm going to make a motion for approval with staff suggested conditions.
With the staff conditions, okay.
Second.
Second there. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Any abstain? The second one is for the drive-through. The permit for the drive-through pharmacy. Do I hear a motion?
And I'm going to make a motion to approve with staff suggested conditions as presented.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Oops.
On the drive-through, got some correspondence from people on the microphone system from the pharmacist to the customer. There, that this may be too loud. Is there anything we can do on that to make sure that people over at the Glebe don't hear the customer and the pharmacist?
I've never myself ever heard that question asked before, so I honestly don't have a solid answer other than I've personally been at the drive-through when people have been, and I can't audibly hear when I'm 20 feet away anything. I think there's a lot of reasons it's that way, including patient confidentiality. So I don't think there's certainly no noise concerns there. That's all I can add. And it is on the other side of the building. So.
And will there be greenery right opposite the drive-through versus the Glebe?
There will. So the drive-through will not even be visible from the Glebe because the Glebe's on the other side of the building. It's actually closer to the hotel.
Okay.
And there will be screening and shrubbery around it as well.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Had something? Okay.
Any other comments? So we've had a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Abstain? Thank you. Now, do I have a motion for adjournment?
I move to adjourn.
Second that. All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Bet you're hungry.
Was it?